morning. Thank you for joining us on the holiday edition of GTV Breakfast. I am multi-deciders and we're still celebrating #Heritage Month. We'll be looking at how the parade was done across the regions and in Cape Coast, and also bring you other stories around the world. Let's start off from Cape Coast. And it's been over 6 decades that Ghana walked free from colonial rule. And at the 65th Independence Parade in Cape Coast, President Akufo-Addo is encouraging Ghanaians to be optimistic and not to lose hope in the current economic situation. According to him, government is working hard to change the economic narrative despite the global challenges. The president commended the central region for its contribution towards the realization of the country's independence and promised to renovate the first ever school in West Africa and Ghana. Philip Kwaku Boyce in recognition of the region's role.
The 65th Independence Anniversary had the Prime Minister of Barbados, Madame Mia Mottley, as a guest of honor. The spectacular and colorful parade was commanded by Colonel Boamponsem and had contingent from all the security services, some selected senior and junior high schools, market women, fishermen, and other traders. Groups from some organizations participated. There were some representatives from all the 16 regions of the country who exhibited their unique culture and tradition at the parade.
From the northern region,
the Prime Minister of Barbados, Madame Mia Mottley, was full of Ghana for always showing the way as a beacon of hope in the continent. She pledged her country's commitment in protecting the principles of democracy and rights of individuals.
Mr. President and the people of Ghana, I leave you today confident that you shall continue to light a beacon for those of us not only in the continent of Africa but across the world, and we shall join you in holding that beacon, that everlasting fire, if only because it is a moral and just fire. It is a moral and just fight that we wage, but we are equally conscious that those who labor in a great cause, my brothers and sisters, shall never fail. Long live the Republic of Ghana, long live the Republic of Barbados, long live the Caribbean civilization, long live the civilization of Africa. Thank you.
President showed appreciation to the Prime Minister of Barbados, saying the bond between the two countries will be strengthened. He congratulated Ghanaians on the 65th anniversary and paid glowing tribute to the founders and forefathers of the country for their contribution. He encouraged Ghanaians not to despair but have hope in his government as he works hard to return the country back on track.
Ghana deserves to put the initial decades of perhaps understandable turbulence and instability in her history firmly behind her, to enable the development of our nation to proceed in conditions of freedom, order, peace, and stability, which have been the happy hallmarks of the Fourth Republic.
Let's take some highlights of the Independence Day celebration from other parts of the country.
From the armed forces and parasecurity services, as well as students from selected JHS and SHS and children from the Catholic Special Vocational School, marched to mark Independence Day. The reviewing officer was the Western Regional Minister, Mr. Kwabena Ochire-Darko-Mensah. He called for the collective support in combating climate change by planting trees. He also urged the people to take advantage of the numerous opportunities in the region by investing in the productive sectors to create jobs. He also enclosed that a software is being developed for the management of sanitation in the Sekondi Takoradi metropolis on a pilot basis, after which it will be extended to other parts of the region. Awards were presented to students who excelled in last year's BECE and are currently in various SHS. They received certificates and cash prizes. In the Takoradi municipality, the parade was formed by a total of 1,010, comprising pupils, students and cadet groups, as well as some parasecurity services and workers from community mining companies. The Tarkwa Nsiaye Municipal Chief Executive, Mr. Benjamin Kessie, said the assembly is working in tandem with government in the post-COVID economic recovery by implementing various projects in the metropolis. The MP for Tarkwa Nsiaye, Mr. George Mrikuduka, was also a Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, said the issue of poor road network and unemployment is being addressed with various initiatives. Over 1,080 school children from the basic to the junior high and senior high schools, as well as 8 contingents of 260 personnel from the security services participated in the event. The Bono Regional Minister, Madam Jatina Mahene, inspected the parade. Prizes were awarded to deserving participants. At the basic school level, Rich C Experimental was adjudged winners. At the JHS level, Rich Experimental emerged winners, whilst the overall best for the SHS category was the Trene Amanfo SHS. A special prize was also presented to the Nama Special School in Sunyani.
On the 65th Independence Parade, the Black Star Square, also known as the Independence Square, is a public square in the capital city, Accra. This monument is a legacy of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana's first president post-independence. Bordered by the Accra Sports Stadium and the Asomdwe Park, the square often hosts the annual independence celebrations as well as other national events. It is currently the site for all civic and military parades in Ghana.
The Black Star Square, also known as Independence Square, is a public square in the capital city, Accra. This monument is a legacy of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's first president post-independence. Bordered by the Accra Sports Stadium and the Asomdwe Park, the square is currently the site for all civic and military parades in Ghana.
Standing on the right side of everybody was happy.
In 1957, the late Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah led the Gold Coast, now Ghana, to gain independence from Britain. Dr. Nkrumah became the first Prime Minister and President of Ghana, and to celebrate the country's autonomy, he commissioned the construction of a huge public square. It coincided with the visit of Queen Elizabeth II. The project was completed in 1961 and was named the Black Star Square. From the first parades in honor of the Queen's visit all the way up to present day, the Black Star Square has hosted all of the country's major national public gatherings, military parades, and recently the funeral services of some statesmen. However, the most important event is the annual Independence Day parade in the square on March 6. From the tenure of the late President Jerry John Rawlings through former President J.A. Kufuor, the late President J.E.A. Mills, former President John Mahama, and now President Akufo-Addo, Ghanaians look forward to this day where pupils, students, the security agencies, and others partake in a march past with Ghana's independence. Large stands able to seat 30,000 guests or spectators are on either side of the square. And while these stands and the square itself is packed with people during events, the vast space tends to be all but empty on a typical day, save a few soldiers and a scattering of tourists who come to see the principal monuments that sit on and around the park. These monuments include the Independence Arch to the south of the square, backdropped by the often serene waters of the Gulf of Guinea. The Independence Arch is guarded by several soldiers who prohibit people from taking close-up pictures of the arch, with the exception of those with official permission, but every tourist or visitor is at liberty to take pictures of the area. On the opposite side of the square but facing the arch is a memorial of the unknown soldier which honors the Ghanaian soldiers who fell fighting for their country. Just to the north of the main square is a roundabout, in the center of which stands the Black Star Gate, an imposing monument topped by the Black Star of Africa, the five-pointed star that symbolizes Africa in general and Ghana in particular. The monument bears a large inscription, AD 1957, and Freedom and Justice, and the Liberation Day monument.
Gold Coast will thank Nananom and elders.
Now, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, has congratulated Ghana as it celebrates its 65th Independence Day. Vladimir Putin, in a letter shared by Embassy in Ghana on Twitter, highlighted the friendly relations between the two countries. He expressed the hope that the bilateral dialogue and partnership meets the interests of our people, contributing to the peace and security on the African continent. Mr. Putin wished President Akufo-Addo good health and success and prosperity to all Guineans. Vladimir Putin's congratulatory message comes days after Russia launched an attack on Ukraine. Since the attack, Ghana and many other countries have been making frantic efforts to evacuate their citizens in Ukraine. Recently, the government of Ghana said it had reached an agreement with the Russian government to allow for the safe passage of Ghanaians, particularly students who are in the concentrated zones of the ongoing war. Now, members of parliament under the Third Republic at the time of the presidency of Dr. Hilary Mann are appealing to President Akufo-Addo to pay their ex gratia due them. The leader of the group, Madam Monica Patience-Atin, a former member of parliament for Buim constituency, which is currently in Ghana's Oti region, said it's been 40 years since the group started petitioning for the allowance and still have had no response.
Beginning of 79, I was appointed to the 1979 Constitutional Commission, and I served there. While there, I was also interested in politics, so I started campaigning small until the election in 1979, which I won the seat for Buim in the Volta region. And on the 24th of September 1979, we were ushered in or inaugurated the Third Republic. After the overthrow, most of us were put in prison and so on. We were taken through a lot of surprise, embarrassment, harassment, and unnecessary difficulties. Up to now, as I'm sitting here, if you ask me why I was put there and why I shouldn't be paid for the work done, it's like a breach of contract. In 1979 Constitution, we were to serve 5 years. So if you serve 27 months, it's a breach of contract. We approached Right Reverend Michael Kwe. We went to him and he said, well, this is a case, but we have a procedure. Get about 20 to or more signature of the living MPs. And because we are all scattered, we are not all in Accra, it took some time. And if we get this group, he can put up our case because he saw the genuineness in the whole thing. So actually, we went around all the place, got 21, and we submitted to him. What I am doing now, as I said, is on behalf of all my colleagues. And I don't have to go around my elbow to lick my finger. So I'm not sending this message to any MP or assemblyman or any minister. I'm sending it directly to the president. all our papers and forms and whatever is needed are on his table. It reached a point where we had to write to the president of the Forum for Former Members of Parliament, David Apasera, to come in, because the forum must come in. It's a forum for all former MPs, and I don't see why we should be left out. And in fact, he came in, the forum came in, he wrote a letter to the president expressing our desire to help, and they did all what they could. And up till now, my sister, we haven't, to me or to us.
On the international front, the new head of state of Burkina Faso, Lieutenant Colonel Damiba, has announced a new government on Saturday, saying it will lead the country during a 3-year transition period. The new executive consists of 25 ministers, including 6 women. The new transitional leader took power at the end of January after the overthrow of elected President Roch Marc Christian Kabore, accused of ineffectiveness in the face of jihadist violence that plagues the country. Speaking on Saturday, Damiba made the fight against jihadism and the rebuilding of the state as his priority. Following the military coup, ECOWAS announced the suspension of Burkina Faso from the regional body. The new Burkinabe leader set a transition period of 3 years for a return to constitutional order and free elections. Now, thousands of people have been detained at anti-war protests across Russia, according to authorities. Some 1,700 people were detained in Moscow alone, and detainments took place in 49 cities. Although protests have become increasingly restricted in recent years, rallies have taken place across Russia since the Ukraine invasion. So far, more than 10,000 people have been detained since the war began 11 days ago. Earlier this week, government critic Alexei Navalny, who is in jail on fraud charges, called for daily demonstrations against the invasion, saying Russia should not be a nation of frightened cowards. However, a number of new laws have made it harder to protest in Russia in recent years. Right groups say this is how we That's how we end the news on GTV Breakfast at 6. Kafui and Thelma are standing by to bring you the rest of the show after the weather report. Stay with us.
La 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 la. It's on tonight. Don't. It's on tonight. Come on. Make a little love.
No. Your music goes with what you're wearing, but mine, I just need Oblayoko Edesimpe Esumomi Wobe. Look.
Look at me. We used to say, look at my shoe.
Look at my shoe.
Look at my shoe.
Look at my shoe.
Welcome. This old school vibe is brought to you by Rit Cultural.
Hey.
Charlie, I feel like Rick James.
I feel like busting like
Charlie, I mean, this load our people used to walk around with on their heads.
But this is not really heavy. This is just like an Afro wig. Like this is really light. And then I'm wearing my Chocholo Loncho earring.
Chocholo Loncho?
Yes. The new school ladies call it by different names, but my mama warned me not to say that on national television.
Okay.
So let's call it Chochuloloncho. All this
Chochuloloncho.
Ima, the other one. Don't say that one. Then you see me with my puff. If you have only 2 of this in your wardrobe will be full.
Enough. And
my Queen Elizabeth small bag, my mini bag.
Small bag.
And my shoe.
Look at the shoe.
Look at my housewife slate.
You're looking good.
I'm not easy today, so I'm just on my way to Seaview Hotel.
Yes.
On the day Dr. Kwame Nkrumah declared Ghana independent at the Polo Grounds, we just walked up the hill, up the, that prison walkway, and then we just hit Seaview Hotel across the street from the Jamestown Lighthouse. And that's where the party is happening today on the show. Good morning and welcome to GTV Breakfast.
I can't. This is how we stand in the 70s. They don't. Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah.
So this is 70s Look, brought to you by Rick Culture. Follow them on Instagram, RIT Culture 2, for all the get-goes. I mean, what we were wearing last week and to today.
Yep.
It's all by Rick Culture. We've got a big show for you today. You're enjoying your holiday on the 7th of March. How was Independence Day yesterday? How was it?
Colorful ceremony.
The Russian embassy in Ghana sent us
shout out.
An independence shout out.
Yeah,
and it
but
generated a lot of comments on
when the
Twitter.
military parade started, just the first thing that came to mind, and I'm thinking, okay, so if this is it, we are ready. And I just put on my Facebook military readiness on parade, and then it's not going to come to that because we are peace-loving people, and we know that the people of Russia are also peace-loving people, just like the people in Ukraine. So welcome to Breakfast. Today we'll be looking into our independent history and look at what we've achieved over 65 years and what more we could achieve in the next 65.
And the lighting on today's show is brought to you by Africa's first female lighting programmer.
Yep.
And we'll be having a chit-chat with Lightness on today's show. You want to keep it right here. At 6:30, we're looking at
memory loss.
Yes.
Because you forgot.
Exactly.
Sorry, you're from the 70s.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome to 2022.
Yes. I'm always asking for my keys. Every time.
Constantly asking for his keys.
Yeah. But it gets more serious than that. I mean, mine is just keys. I always find them. But what happens if you have memory loss? Can you prevent it? And if you can't prevent it, can you manage it? How about looking after people who have memory loss? That's our conversation at 6:30. We've got Keep an Eye. That's coming up in a short while.
Yep.
And it's very relevant to how we address like this. Okay? So yeah, thank you very much. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. Hashtag Heritage Month on GTV.
Check out the light.
Hashtag. Woo! We'll be back.
Live from GBC Studio 1. This is the Breakfast Show.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, Texture Paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but you have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Hey, tell me more. Tell me more. Hey, tell me more. Tell me. Beer.
Emma will worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh. Now,
yes. Buga, nade. You cut down, my business is a collapse. I'm out. So,
take quick credit, Inka.
credit?
Yes, quick credit. Upesika, edi astati adwuma bi. Uhia bisia edi atre udwadiem. Uye government and a private worker. Upesika de ate hot so. Uye bosumi adwuma. Uye sika de bibi ntempai so. Quick credit be ma loan e mo atua ne kakra kakra. Na enije sem kese ne se a collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBA. Here and say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Besina quick credit take us auto.
All SIM cards in Ghana must be registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
You will not be able to make voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card. Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
Dial *404# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the National Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying on. This is Keep an Eye, but you're watching GTV Breakfast, made possible by Awake Purified Water and Adonko Next Level Energy Drink. Today, it's a holiday, and we are going back in time. We're stepping back to the night of 6th of March when Ghana was declared independence. We are paying homage and tribute to those who came before us and their unique fashion sense on the program today. And as we do that, we cannot forget the sacrifices of our heroes, and we know that at least 3 of our veteran soldiers were lost in that 28th February Crossroads shooting incident. And today, even as the world remembers their names, their graves are almost forgotten. Daryl Alan Tego brings us that report for Keep an Eye.
The history of humanity cannot be completely written without the mentioning of wars, battles, and struggles. Throughout the existence of men, sacrifices that will secure the future of another generation has been made by men. It is in such sacrifices where men are separated into heroes and cowards. On the quiet Saturday morning of the 28th February 1948, as the sun seemed to be setting on the boycott of European goods led by the Osu Alata Manche, Ni Kwabla Boni, against the British colonial master, a group of unarmed ex-servicemen from the Gold Coast Regiment of the Royal West African Frontier Forces, who fought alongside the Allied forces in the Second World War, a number of the ex-servicemen therefore marched from Accra to the Christiansborg Castle, the then seat of government, to present their petition to the governor and then commander-in-chief of the Gold Coast. They were intercepted at the Christiansborg Crossroads, a contingent of armed policemen led by their superintendent, Mr. Colin Imre. Mr. Imre ordered the ex-servicemen to disperse, an order they ignored, and when a second order was ignored, he gave another order to the police to fire on them. If there is ever anything to remember these gallant men by, it is the annual pomp and pageantry that occurs at the Nationalism Park here in Accra. But there is an interesting tale to tell about these men and how their memory is celebrated. Although there is a military cemetery and a war museum here in Accra for those who fall within the army, there is no such place as a grave for these men. A visit to the War Museum and also a chat with a few military officers reveal a staggering truth that although these men died fighting for and on the back of their fall, our independence struggle sealed, there is no place in the War Museum for them. Not only that, but also in the military cemetery. Not even an honorary grave is there for their memory to be celebrated. If you're looking for the grave of Sergeant C.F. Ajete, you will have to visit a disused graveyard and a rubbish dump somewhere in the back streets of the La Salem cluster of schools. And this is where we visited on the 28th of February 2022. As the pomp and pageantry in Accra takes shape and in full celebratory mood, the grandson of Sergeant Ajete visited his grandfather's grave with a few friends, and there he laid a grave, not even under the supervision of a police officer. The memory of Corporal Gagbali Atipo is somehow celebrated with a nationalism park through the efforts of his family. And if you're looking for the grave of Private Odate Lamte, well, the search goes on. A philosopher once said, "A nation which does not honor its heroes is not worth dying for." How long and when will it become appropriate for us to at least somewhere in the War Museum build an honorary grave for Sergeant Cornelius Francis Ajete, Corporal Patrick Gagbali Atipo, and Private Odate Lamte? The jury is out there to settle on whether or not they deserve one in the military cemetery or the War Museum.
And that was our special report on the heroes of that 1948 shooting incident at the Christiansburg Crossroads. Darrell has joined me in the studio. Alan, did you get anyone to answer the question of why we do not have graves, even if they are honorary ones, for these gallant heroes of ours at the military cemetery?
Absolutely great question. Thank you so very much, Dee. On the day of the celebration of the Memorial Day, I spoke to at least 5 different soldiers of different rankings. And I posed just the one question. If I go to the War Museum right now, or the War Cemetery, how likely am I to find at least even an honorary grave for any of these 3 men? And each one of them will say, "That's a very humbling question, but I have no answer." To the point that we went to the War Cemetery, and the caretaker over there met us while filming and wanted to know why we're doing it. When we explained, we then asked him to point us to any grave that has at least an insignia of these 3 men on there. None so whatsoever existed in the War Museum. And so I ask, when are we waiting to give these men a befitting grave where it belongs? The War Cemetery. No such thing existed. Indeed, if you're looking for Sergeant Ajete, you go to a disused graveyard somewhere around Osu, the back streets of Osu. And if you're looking for Private Odate Lamte, the search still goes on. Nothing for him. I haven't found it. I'm still looking for it. So if anybody out there,
ask the public.
Yes, if anyone out there, a family member, has any idea where the grave of Private Odate Lamte is, kindly reach out to me. We definitely need to find it, and then this will be completed. And to the top head of the army, maybe if you won't fight for yours, let me speak the fancy adage. Says, "Se waishanam na ankasa ho irimbio."
Ke ofolo e obakpewu is what the guns.
Yes, and so these are men who once wore the uniforms you're wearing today, all be glorious. They fell while wearing that same uniform. And if you're wearing it today with pride, remember that on the backs...
At least you found Sergeant Ajete's grave. So what was it about the Sergeant Ajete's grave that did not sit well for you?
If we roll back, you'll find not only is it in a disused graveyard, it's in a rubbish dump.
And it was only the family who showed up on the 28th February
too. A few scouts, let me call them boys, and not even under the supervision of a police officer. Right, let's say Corporal Atipo or Private Odate Lamte hadn't risen to that rank of very well recognized officers, but at least
Sergeant
a sergeant and was a sergeant, and he still remains a sergeant. You die with your rank, and so he still remains a sergeant. And so, for me, a befitting honor will be when, at least under the supervision of a high-ranking military officer. Forget the pomp and pageantry going on in Accra. At least, under such supervisions, we have something befitting, and the nation will celebrate such, honor to their memory. But come on, it's about time.
Right.
Let's relocate their graves, bring them to the war cemetery. That is where they belong. They fought in the war. They fell fighting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our search continues for the graves of the other two heroes in that shooting incident. If you know where we can find the grave of Corporal Latipo and Private Udati Lamte, reach out to us. Tell us on our WhatsApp number 05555 Would love to visit the site and to take some visuals of the place as well, so we can continue to tell the story of as we've attempted to do this morning. It's not a very celebratory report that Alan has given us, but hopefully we'll have some reactions, as we always do on Keep an Eye. Remember, this show is live on Facebook and it's also streaming live on YouTube. You can reach us on Twitter and Instagram using the hashtag GTV Breakfast. Today we are stepping back in time. It's old school day on Breakfast Show. Today we'll be looking into memory loss. So in case you've forgotten how these looks came to be, the medical reasons are all going to be explained to you after the break. It's GTV Breakfast.
This is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pampe, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the body gonna do. We go straight to stardom. And I gonna take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't quote next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
The show was a jar oba and dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashasa, a Jedi in Kratoi Aja.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
Holiday edition of GTV on GTV. This look is brought to you by RIT Cultural. Look for them on Instagram, RIT Cultural 2. And they take care of the way you want to look, whether it's traditional or old school. They've got it right there. Follow them right now on Instagram. Still to come, a conversation with Africa's first female light programmer. What is a light programmer? What do they do? And why is she doing what she's doing? You will find out pretty soon on the Yellow Couch on today's show. Yesterday was Independence Day, and I'll be asking a question about what you would do if you were given the chance to be a leader for one day and your decisions would stick. What would you do? Let us know. 055-556-1034. And now to remembering things. I was just having a chat with my guests, who I'll introduce soon, about how one day we'll all be gone. And then if people don't remember you, that's it. Really. And for all these heroes who are, but if their families don't remember them, Today's chat on health check is about memory loss, the causes, the stages, and the prevention. I can also maybe talk about management if it's possible. And my guest is Dr. Isaac Newman. He is a medical doctor and a clinical psychologist, and he's here to talk to us about memory loss. Good morning and happy Independence Day to you.
Good morning.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
All right. Lovely. So, memory loss. It's such a disturbing thing to think about, that you may one day will wake up and not even remember who you are. I mean, that's on the very extreme side of things. But there are stages. What exactly is happening to us when we forget things, when we have memory loss?
Okay, so first, let me start by defining what health is, because in terms of talking about the causes and all that, I want to group them. So health is four-dimensional: physical, mental, social, and spiritual. So there are things we put under physical health related issues like high blood pressure, sugar problems, then also mental health issues, how a person thinks, feels and behaves. Then social has to do with people's relationships, interactions, work related problems, the societal culture, tradition and all that. Now social media is also an important risk factor for many things. Then also spirituality is a broad term now in health. People's belief systems, worldviews, feeling of interconnectedness, dependence on a higher power, then religion and religious practices. So health is multidimensional. And so memory actually affects everything else. And there are multiple factors involved when it comes to memory. So basically memory is your ability to remember. Your ability to remember, past events in order to be able to formulate the future. So it does four things. One, it helps you remember where you've been before and where you're going. Then also it helps you retain certain information that would help you make some progress. So we retain information. All the work you're doing is because you retain a certain information that would help you make some progress with your life. Also, in terms of your identity, remember who you are and who others are, or where you are. So you know who you are. Imagine you wake up sometime and you don't know who you are. You can't even remember, And also who others are. You wake up and you see your wife and you can't even remember who she is, and where you are and who others are. So corporate environment. You work at GBC and you wake up and you can't even remember. They bring you to school and you don't even remember where you are. So memory helps us, in terms of identity, whether it's your own identity or others or where you are. That also helps you to protect you from things. So memory helps you remember what has affected you before, so that you can prevent yourself from being exposed to the same things. So that is protecting you from harm. Then also it helps you to be grateful for what you have and hope for something better. So if you remember what you have, then you can be grateful for what you have and be able to say that I want this or I want that. There are people who even forget that they have houses, or someone forgets that where they are is for them. So memory has its own place, and there are various brain areas that is responsible for memory, and there are different types of memory, and yes.
Why do we forget?
So that is it depends on what the causes are, right? So let me group them into mental health issues, physical health issues, and social issues. So when it comes to mental health issues, that is the reason for people forgetting. One, when someone is stressed, they forget. So you are overwhelmed by either internal or external demands, and because of that, you may not be able to pay attention to encoding information and also storage of information. So when someone is stressed, they tend to forget many things. So you may come to work and you are totally stressed and you can't even remember. I know someone who went to the bank, signed a check, and couldn't even remember that she signed a check, because she was very, very stressed. She was going through all kinds of stresses. So stress is one of them. Anxiety, when someone is really panicking about things and anxious about things, they can forget things. So when someone is going through some depression or post-traumatic stress problems, they can forget things. Then also when people go through some childhood experiences, traumatic childhood experiences, they actually bury, that memory, so limit the impact of that memory on their lives. So some people intentionally forget things so that it wouldn't have that kind of impact on them. Then alcohol-related and substance abuse, they also damage some brain areas and interfere with, receiving information and storing information, and brain area that is responsible for memory. It can affect that. So substance use also can affect people's memory. Then also it depends on how you received the information, because for example, when you are distracted during gathering information, you may not remember what you call it, that information. So if your attention is bad, your concentration is bad, it can affect you receiving information and storing information. Then physical health issues. There are a lot of diseases that actually attack the brain. So for example, someone may have HIV, and because of the impact of HIV, the virus on the brain, they may have some problems, including memory problems. If someone gets a stroke, because of damage to some brain areas, it can affect their memory. When someone has cancer, treatment of cancer, some medications to treat certain illnesses can actually affect memory. Then also, obviously, anesthetic, products can also affect memory. Then, nutrition. If you don't eat well, especially
you can lose your memory if you don't eat well.
So it can interrupt with your memory.
Really?
Especially the vitamin B complexes and all that.
What are the foods that have vitamin B?
Oh, most of the fruits. Okay. Most of the fruits have that. So poor diets can also affect memory.
Wow.
Then lack of sleep. That is why when you're going to write an exam, the best gift you can give to yourself is to sleep a night before. Especially when students are going to write exams. Don't sleep at all.
They're cramming.
Because sleep is for consolidation of memory. When you sleep, the body has a way of consolidating all those memories and making sure that they are stored well in the long term. So these are various causes. And you are having relationship problems and stresses at home, and all the stresses, in terms of handling responsibilities and stuff like that. And if everything around your life in terms of home and stuff is going well, you tend to have good memories and stuff like that. But I want to say that anything that is attached to an emotion, it lasts longer. Any event that is attached to either a good or a positive or negative emotion, it lasts for a long time. So you may forget someone's name, but you cannot forget how they made you feel. Because anything attached to emotions has a way of staying longer with us. So these are some of the risks involved in memory loss. Yes.
Is it true that women remember more than men?
Well, I think that women usually attach a lot of emotions to events.
So it's the emotions that they attach to the events that cause them to
remember. I think women pay more attention to detail.
To detail?
Yes, than men. Men usually cannot focus on multiple things at a time. Women can. So it may be easier for them to remember things than men. And you think about it, women pay attention to, for example, this COVID-19 protocols. They are the ones who are likely to carry hand sanitizers. They are the ones who are likely to wear face masks all the time. So women actually pay more attention to detail than men.
In case you just joined us, don't forget the hashtag is hashtag GTV Breakfast, hashtag Heritage Month on GTV. We're looking at memory loss, and you can send us your questions on 055-556-1034. 055-556-1034. What's the most surprising case of memory loss you've encountered at work?
Well, there was this man who was a reverend minister who was in his 70s, who could not remember scriptures. He's been a minister almost all his life. He could not remember common scriptures. You mentioned some names, notable names in the Bible, and he can't even remember who they are.
Was it a sudden thing?
It was a gradual thing. It started some years back, and they noticed lapses in his memory. He will put this here, he will forget. He will put something on fire, he would forget, and things like that. Until a point where you can't even remember his wife's name. You can't even remember that he was wearing spectacles. He can't remember his own mother's name, where he was born. He can't even remember basic scriptures. His last posting, where he was posted to, he can't even remember.
Was it distressing to him?
It was distressing because you can't be functional. Imagine you enter a room, can't remember you are in that room, you are eating and you can't even remember that you've eaten. You know, you can't even remember your own house. You can't even remember the rooms.
What was the effect on his family?
No, everybody is affected because they can't live. You become totally dependent on others. And that is what, even, you know, calculation and all that, we remember things. You know, imagine your phone. You can't even remember that this is your phone. You can't even remember whether you ate last night. And the actual have you eaten, you can't remember. Even some few minutes, you can't just remember.
What was going on with him?
No, so he had some chronic illnesses, and you know, like I told you, some of those chronic illnesses may affect brain and aging. You know, people who age, they may get dementia. You know, and I think the last time we talked about dementia, where older people, they can even get lost in town and they can't even find their way back home.
Happened to my own father.
Yes. Yeah. So aging, as people age, depending on also their lifestyle and all that, it can affect memory as they grow up and executive function. Yes.
Can it be prevented?
So you can, depending on your lifestyle. You know, some lifestyle things. I think the last time I came here, when you don't rest well, when you don't exercise, sedentary lifestyle, bad nutrition, you know, and also alcohol, you know, and substance use, you know, cigarette smoke, all those lifestyle problems has a way of affecting your health as you grow, you know, you age. So there may be some people who may have a higher risk of those problems as they age. But generally, even if you are okay with those things, as you age, you know, the brain changes. You know, our face changes. The same way, see, externally you're changing, you can see you're changing. In the same way, internally you're changing. The only thing is that when we stand in the mirror, we don't see our brains. So we don't know that our brains are changing. So internally we change, externally we change. So those internal changes can affect various, you know, areas of functioning. You know, because everything after external is determined by what is internal. You know, and so healthy lifestyle, if you adopt some healthy lifestyle, it can actually affect, you know, and those who read a lot, it helps them.
So reading is good?
Yeah, reading is good. It helps you, you know, improve on your brain function generally. So realize that highly educated people age well, they age gracefully. You know, that's why I have a lot of professors, you know, really growing very old.
Yes.
You know, because the more you engage your brain, research has shown that majority of the population use just about, not even about 10% of their brain capacity. You know, and when you see someone who is widely read, you know, the way of everything about them is quite different. You know, so basic lifestyle practices that maximizes our health in all areas can affect us. And when you also do things that maximizes your mental well-being by, you know, positive, you know, perception and, you know, thinking about events, you know, positive people, feeding on positive information, you know, rest and all those basic things we can, you know, maximize our brain function. Yes.
Oh, how come some people can really remember far back? I mean, my big brother could remember things from when he was 3 or 4. I mean, telephone numbers, license plates, when he was 4 years old. You know.
Yes, there are some people who may have that, you know, special ability to remember things. They may even have some photogenic kind of memory about things, and it depends.
So the mind takes a picture of the thing, and that's it.
Yes, and there are some people. It depends on also how you receive information. You know, there are 3 levels of you know, memory, right? You know, when you encode, what it means you actually receive and process the information, then you store it, then you also retrieve it later on. You know, so depending on what you do, you know, it can move from short-term to long-term memory. Short-term memory will last for about 15 to about 30 seconds, and it's gone. If I'm to ask you some of the things I said earlier, you may have forgotten because it went into short-term memory. But things like associations, when you associate things with things, you're able to remember or find understanding about things, how things work. You know, maybe you have a word, and you look for associations with that word and
so
understand
like acronyms.
Yes, you know, mnemonics and stuff. It helps you remember. Then also chunking. You know, there's something we call chunking. For example, my number is 0249802500. If I mention it all at once, you'll remember. But when you group them, 0249 802 50, you can remember. So most of us, we that is how we mention our numbers. So that is chunking. And when you arrange things in hierarchy, for example, in this organization, you may have the, you know, the CEO, you may have this, you may have that. It helps you remember. Then rehearsals. You know, when you rehearse things over and over and over again, you are able to remember them better. Then also when you are able to, what do you call it? Recall. Anytime you visit lasts longer. So, for example, that is why 6th, March, every year we do it. So we are likely to remember, that event, all the time. So there are things that we do at the time of receiving, processing, storage of information that helps transfer, memory from short term to long term. And things like, when things that has to be practical things, procedural things like playing keyboard, learning how to play keyboard, blowing a trumpet or something. Those procedural things.
Cooking a food, a recipe.
Cooking, yes. It's stronger than, retention of facts, and words and stuff like that. And when it's also audio-visual, it's better. What you hear, you can easily lose what you hear, but what you see may become very difficult to lose. So it also depends on how you are receiving the information. So all those things can affect me. Some people, they can look at things for, just once, it helps. Some would have to rehearse, some will have to practice. That is why if you're a doctor, you have theory and practicals. The theory things you may forget. But if you go set an IV line, you will never forget what it looks like. But if you read about IV lines, you may forget. But when you get involved in a practical work, like in this studio, for example, it's very easy because you've gone over and over and over, and there are certain words you use all the time that you may never forget. So there are things that we do in the process of receiving and storing or processing information that helps shift, a memory from short term to long term. And sometimes memory can be lost because there are disruptions and attention may be poor, concentration may be poor around that time.
What's your best memory to date?
I think when I became a Christian.
Okay.
I remember that time, the change, because my life actually changed, my life to Christ.
What was it like before?
I was the son of a minister. We do devotions here, but the understanding of what it meant to be Christian wasn't there. So at the age of 14, I remember that event significantly. It changed everything about me.
Lots of emotions attached to it.
Yes. Because that time was a very tough time for me, and that event I think it was the beginning point of many amazing things that happened to me. So that I can't forget. There is no way I can forget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Isaac Newman Arthur, practicalizing what we've just been talking about, talking about memory and the remembering, and we focus on memory loss, the causes, the stages, and the prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a memorable day.
Thank you very much.
All right. Still to come, we've got our headlines on this, the day after Independence Day celebrations. We've got Light Nurse, who is Africa's first female light program going on around. She's responsible, and we'll be chatting with her in the last part of today's show. Your messages on 055-556-1034. Tell us your best and your worst memory. Since we're talking about memory, let us know. 055-556-1034. But ahead of all of that, we've got your sports coming up with the princess of the Lion Kingdom, Maltiti, roaring with the news, happy about Liverpool, about to jab Manchester United, just letting you know, so that when it happens, it won't be a surprise. She's got all the sports in the palm of her hand, and she's coming up in 30 seconds. You stay with us.
Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast Sports at 7 a.m. in Yulimbon, the Multi-Decider Sadiq. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. Happy holiday is still hashtag Heritage Month, hashtag GTV Breakfast. And we'll be bringing to you the President's Cup. Who won the President's Cup? Also the GPL, La Liga, and GPL. My costume, which is our old school theme, is by Ritz Cultural. Let's start off from the President's Cup. And Hearts of Oak earned the bragging rights over sworn rivals Asante Kotoko when they beat them 2-1 at the Accra Sports Stadium to win the 2022 President's Cup. Patrick Razak became the hero of the night after he netted the winner on the 88th minute for Hearts of Oak to win full time. Here are the highlights.
To meet and play a match in on the floodlights. And here we go with the referee whistling for the start of the game here. And so it is a night where the Army of Red and the Rainbow will certainly want to see a sparkling display of their colors here at the Accra Sports Stadium. It is an evening where the fans are looking to enjoy almost every part of their football. Hearts of Oak looking to press high. Kumasi Asante Kotoko and Phobians that would definitely want to kick the ball, and Lamptey and Moro would want to keep the things and the game so easy for themselves, and not able to control. Stayed the ball in. Kumasi Asante Kotoko with a chance, and Kotoko looking for the first goal, but there's a side net in here. Corner kick taken, and it is going to be Kumasi Asante Kotoko again looking for the opportunity here. Who's justice play was the final target. Fatal Mohammed will have to deal with this one. Clearly sends this one in. Poorly taken, and Kotoko was certainly well in trouble. Hearts of Oak with a brilliant chance. It's a corner kick, it is. Poorly cleared by Kumasi Asante Kotoko, and look at this one. Something else if Muntari is able to score here. Muntari, and again he has to be done large to palm the ball away. Salim Adams here, good play there from the young man. Gets a return of the ball. Salim here, two players. Dealt with Fatal here, looking to advertise this one in here. Ball header down, opportunity, and that's it. Efria Bania gets a goal there for Accra Hearts of Oak. It has been happening, and finally thus. It was Salim. It all started by Salim here, and he found space on the right hand side. Fatal Mohammed advertised this one. Abin Junior failed to deal with it. Oh, what a strike there from this man. Absolutely fantastic. And Kumasi Asante Kotoko gets equalizer. And I tell you what, was just introduced into the game, and this man has found the back of the net for Kumasi Asante Kotoko. The man they call a coacher. Well, it was poorly dealt with. It was Robert Adosoa who just missed that. And Boateng, well, again, he came off the... But again, it was poorly taken. Not the best of play. Oh, Patrick Razak is all alone. Patrick Razak in there. He goes round his man and still there! Patrick Razak has scored! Oh, what a goal! What a counter-attack! He was left all alone, and he has simply, when it comes to this 1v1 situation, oh, the Rainbow team, the team who have said that, who are leading the Premier League chart. The created President's Cup officially has been presented to Accra Hearts of Oak.
What a goal to climax that for the Phobians. I'm sure they are so elated. Let's still look at the GPL, and Adriana Stars are now second on the league log after closing the gap between themselves and Asante Kotoko on Sunday. They beat King Faisal away from home in match day 19 of the Ghana Premier League. Adriana Stars entered the fixture line fourth on the league table, but a first half strike from Bright J for his 12th league goal ensured Adriana moved to second, 7 points clear of leaders Asante Kotoko. And we look at the table and the scores. Real Tamale United and Legon Cities, when they locked horns yesterday, on Saturday, I was in Tamale right outside the stadium. monitoring events. It was a 1-1 win, and on Sunday, the 6th of March, yesterday, Accra Lions and Great Olympics, it was a 0-0 draw. Bibiani Gold Stars took on Mediama SC and beat them by 1-0. Dreams FC took on Elmina Sharks, beat them 2-0. Karela United took on Ashanti Gold, and it was a 2-1 against Ashanti Gold. King Faisal and Adriana Stars, when they locked horns, King Faisal was beaten by Adriana Stars by 1-0. And when you look at the fixtures that are still coming up in the GPL, or the standings currently, Asante Kotoko is up with 40 points, and they are number 1 on the league table. We have Adriana Stars, who are 33 points, right behind Asante Kotoko. Great Olympics, the leader day, with 32 points. Bechem United, 30 points. King Faisal has 29 points. He has 29 points to Karela United 28, Hearts of Oak Phobia with 26, Dreams FC with 26 points to Brekum Chelsea has 25 points. Legon Cities, who played Real Tamale United on Saturday, have 23 points. Bibiani Gold Stars have 23 points. Ashanti Gold on the table with 22 points. RTU, the Lions of the North, who drew 1-1 with Legon Cities, have 21 points on the league table. Accra Lions also 21 points. And the last 3 on the table, 19 points, 11 Wonders. Wafa with 18 points. Elmina Sharks with 12 points. Now, Manchester City outclassed the Red Devils, Manchester United, the noisemakers, in the Manchester Derby to maintain control of the Premier League title race with an outstanding display at Etihad Stadium. City remains 6 points clear of Liverpool, having played 1 game more after a victory that was arguably even more convincing than the scoreline suggests.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is The Breakfast Show.
Shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do, we go straight to start. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The
groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat. Lufat.
Indeed, woman malaria and kawan to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a coupe.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashesa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatus.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me more. Tell me more. Hey, tell me more. Tell me.
Beer.
They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. WBT. Oh, now,
yes. Buga, Nade.
Senior, name me, you ma cut down my business is a collapse. I'm a so
won't take quick credit in Ghana.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Edia true Judim. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika dia till horses. We are Bosumi Juma. Who is Sikadia Bibin Tempe. So quick credit, Bema loan. And what you are in Kakaka. Now, and let just some Cassian say. A collateral free loaner, Susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. The here say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now 1 hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Basina quick credit.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah. Can I show what is written on the bag?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn. So what's your pleasure? Dan Botras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
man no sit then cry.
Tabia takum, wedi a member ye drone no, a me nya hoden, any hoden ye, a ye memedro, a nutina berme be here bino, a ye memedro, my berme be a wedding feeding what checo, be a petty do a tombia, Anko chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, any herbal shops beer. I was gonna hand beer. And not say fraying. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206.
FDA just had a good income.
I said, Tabia Takum, yeah, maybe I Takum.
The show was a jar or bar anyone conquer dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Indeed, woman malaria and kawan to them. Lufat, I am malaria drop a compare.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I am Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, I should say it.
You could never be nasa ye from when yade bonne. Ghana memo ye buye ne ye pepan training, centrane, treasure Ghana man and pesa money. Kofi babone, me boko ko jani bonne. The masanti bote nature Ghana man se munti, mini, or bra for me wafa hundi. Saseya and Sam, Nanano Musama for and Sam, Yi Kwame Kuma Paye, Kadian Kwame and Sam, Shoni Asase.
7:22 hashtag GTV breakfast, hashtag Heritage Month on GTV, hashtag old school. Yeah, Rit Cultural is responsible for this look, man. And I'm loving the afro, if I must say so myself. We're going to have a conversation on what's happening in the news. But this was a big question that was on social media, on my Twitter and Facebook, and I thought I'd share it with you. So, you're given an opportunity to lead Ghana for just one day, you know, as part of the 65th anniversary celebrations. Whatever decision will be permanent and pass into law. What is that one thing you're going to do as the leader of Ghana? Yeah? One thing you do, it will be passed into law. And a lot of feedback came in. Kobi says police administration must appoint their own IGP. That's one suggestion. Adam Rain says on Facebook, nationalize all lands in Ghana and make landguardism a highly treasonable offense. Make land available to anyone who wants to develop it. Provide anyone allocated land will start the development and not later in a minimum of 6 months, and then finish the development within acceptable time or lose title of same. So it's a big law there. Alberto Kofi Diaz says overhaul the constitution. Akosia Pokia says compulsory accountability in all agencies by head of institutions, compulsory declaration of assets by all politicians. All politicians will seek medical care in the country. All politicians' wards will school in Ghana from nursery to tertiary. Hey. All agric in TVET schools will be highly sponsored by government, well-structured curriculum for schools. So that's what's on the mind of Akosia. What's on your mind? If you're given the chance to rule Ghana or lead Ghana for a day, what one important decision would you love to be taken and it will be passed into law? I look forward to your conversations on our WhatsApp 055-556-1034. I've been joined by Bernard Odro Techi, BOT for short, Regional Coordinator for the Commonwealth Alliance for Young Entrepreneurs, West Africa. He used to be in the District Assembly system years ago, so he's got rich insights into local government and administration. He's also an entrepreneur, does agri-business. He's a multi-skilled man. And I'm always glad to tap into his thoughts. Happy Independence Day to you, Bernard.
Many happy returns for Ghana.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
And the song one that you like a lot.
A lot. Yesterday I listened to it the whole day. Yesterday I spent time to review the thought of Nkrumah, Kutu Echampon and all the past leaders. And it's after reviewing their thoughts and the vision they had for Ghana, one thing I pick on was the 7-year development plan of Kwame Nkrumah, who today is a blueprint of European Union. And if you don't cherish what you have, other people will steal it away. And when you listen to a Bradford song and you just opposed to the vision Nkrumah had for Ghana, I'm not saying Nkrumah had everything perfect. No, I wouldn't be a fanatic of that. But if you just oppose what Nkrumah stood for, his visions, his goals and his aspirations for Ghana, as against the leaders, some of the leaders we have today, clearly there's a mismatch. So the missing link is about the orientation of Nkrumah, what he sought to do for Ghana, where he wanted to place Ghana on the global geopolitical map, where he landed, the legacy he left. I mean, Nkrumah was a gem. So when you listen to a Bradford song, it is more like a praise singing for late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But then again, it suffices to tell us that we should go back to his 7-year blueprint. There's an important revelation I came across. In 1961 and 62, Nkrumah made a 7-year plan and projected the GDP of Ghana to be in current currency, $285 billion in those times. So you could see where Nkrumah wanted to take Ghana to. And it's quite unfortunate we are where we are, and we are crawling to catch up with Singapore, South Korea, and the very people we should be beaten by now. It's a shame.
So look back, take the lessons, move forward.
Yeah.
All right.
And there was something Nkrumah said, which was striking to me. He said that it's good we fought nail to and bred to win independence, but we need to fight for economic liberation. And that we have to indignize our economy. We have to own it. So if you take the GDP of Ghana, what percentage is owned by Ghanaians as against foreigners who are from Asia, from Europe, from America? And that is very striking because he will pay for the piper call for the tune. If you cannot domesticate your economy and own it, people will come into your country, own your police service, own your education, own your technology, and virtually you own nothing.
deep thoughts to think about. The day after Independence Day, 65 years of independence in Ghana. And talking of that, it was celebrated yesterday in the beautiful city of Cape Coast. The president had a guest from Barbados who also spoke. Let's get some sights and sounds of the event yesterday at Cape Coast. Let's listen to what highlights of what the president had to say on our 65th birthday.
Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Barbados and members of the Beijing delegation, members of the Council of State, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Central Regional Minister, Ministers and Deputy Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives, Chief of Defense Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces, Inspector General of Police, Service Chiefs, Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps, President and members of the Central Regional House of Chiefs, Omahini of Ogwe Traditional Area and other traditional rulers, residents of Cape Coast, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks the 65th anniversary of our nation's independence, and it is wholly appropriate that we should gather in this historic city of our country to commemorate this special day when 65 years ago at midnight on 6th March 1957, our dynamic leader, our first president, the celebrated Kwame Nkrumah, proclaimed at the old polo grounds in Accra the immemorial words, "Ghana, your beloved country, is free, free forever." I must at the outset thank the children from the schools drawn from across the municipality for their excellent, the cultural troops for their magnificent performance, which has showcased many of the best elements of Ghanaian culture, and the officers, men and women of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service and the other security services for their splendid display of order, pomp and pageantry. It has been a grand spectacle, and I'm glad that I've been able to bring our distinguished guest of honor, one of the great figures of the Caribbean politics, the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Barbados, Her Excellency Mia Amon Motley, QC, to witness this for herself. Madam, this is your second visit to Ghana in 3 years, and I say once again, warm Akwaba, our word of welcome to you and to your delegation. Whilst welcoming you, I also congratulate you on your spectacular victory in the recent general elections in your country, where for the second successive time, your party, under your leadership, swept all 30 seats of your country's legislature. Clearly, we in the New Patriotic Party have much to learn from the Barbados Labour Party. But above all, I congratulate you on steering your country from the status of a dominion to that of a republic, which occurred on 30th November 2021, severing all formal connections to the former British colonial power. Barbados today stands proud and united before the world. Relations between Ghana and Barbados date back centuries, founded originally on the tragic platform of the barbaric, inhumane, transatlantic slave trade, which at Cape Coast Castle, located not too far from here, is one of its major conduits. Over 400 years later, here we are, this time, sharing a vision of a black world on both sides of the Atlantic, which leverages hard work, enterprise, creativity, and innovation to engage in mutually beneficial trade and cooperation that will guarantee the prosperity and dignity of black people the world over. Madam Prime Minister, your presence here with us on our special day is eloquent testimony to the fact that despite the machinations of our common enemies, the bonds between us, that is, those of us on the continent and those of you in the African diaspora of the Americas and the Caribbean, are indissoluble and will in this century grow from strength to strength. The time for the black peoples of the world is here. I wish you a pleasant stay amongst us, madam, even if it is brief. Fellow Ghanaians.
So that was the president at Cape Coast yesterday with his guests, the leader of Barbados, home country Ghana, for those of you who like music. And he said a lot of things. He said, and it's reported on GBC Ghana Online, government remains resolute to make self-reliant, to be self-reliant despite difficulties posed by COVID-19. Daily Graphic Online, we will work to protect our territorial integrity. Ghana Web, he says, will crush anyone who attempts to make a coup. So he spoke quite a lot. We must increase domestic revenue, eliminate dependence on foreign savings. So a lot packed in that address. Bernard, I'm sure you were listening and poring over what he said with a fine-tooth comb. For you, what were the highlights of the address yesterday delivered by the president?
Yes, let me say once again, good morning to your viewers. And it is instructive that we are 65 years. Nkrumah said one thing, that whether government is governed is better than being ruled by foreigners. So regardless of the situation we find ourselves, Nkrumah gave us the bastion, the star, that even if you are being misgoverned, there is more sense in it than allowing foreigners to rule over you. So from that score, whether we have achieved what we set ourselves out to achieve in 1957 or not, for me, governing ourselves in itself is okay. Because self-governance, if for nothing at all, give you the thought of your own. And that alone is a plus. But that notwithstanding, there is something we call politically benchmarking yourself against other people. Ghana was the first country in the sub-Saharan Africa to gain independence. And many, many other countries learned that struggle from us to also fight for independence in their respective countries. Some of these countries have gone far, and not on the political space, but on the economic front. After gaining political independence, what matters is how you put your economy to shape, because the economy determines everything. For me, our president is a good orator, and nobody can take that away from him. So if you have an occasion like this and you have a president who speaks to issues with such courage and tenacity, that is admirable. But beyond the rhetoric and the speech, what are people expecting? People want to see a certain governor run modestly. People want to see a certain governor run not too corrupt, but less corrupt. Because whether we like it or yes, we cannot achieve zero tolerance for corruption. Come what may, there will be an iota, an element of corruption in whatever people do. But that notwithstanding, what are Ghanaians expecting? You spoke about the fact that our country should be free forever. And for me, on this score, politically we are, because as we speak today, foreigners don't determine who become our assembly members, our MPs, our what, but they indirectly do because our finances are not too strong. So having achieved a political independence, what effort have we put in to own the country? If you take the mindset of the economy, take aviation, agriculture, industry, trade, etc., what percentage are owned by Ghanaians? What effort are we making to pass a law to make sure that Ghanaians will own the economy? And you see, Kafui, there is something I read yesterday and allow me to share, and it said that the desire to rule and political lead for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. When people want to live with selfish agenda, People come to office with no clear intention of how to lead. It's all about amassing wealth, making money, depriving the state the resources they need to do development. And that is where the curse of the world is. Yes, we are 65 years. What is the nature of our road network in the country? How was railway then under Kwame Nkrumah's time compared to today? Let's look at our cocoa sector. How has the cocoa sector performed over the years? And there's something called a comparative advantage in economics. What is it that Ghana can do better, Barbados, US, UK cannot do? And that is agriculture. They are still beating us to it. So it is good. It is good to dream. And he also spoke about the fact that Ghana has a lot to learn from the Barbados Labour Party. Because of the Commonwealth, I have good insight into the governance of Barbados. Look, you wouldn't go to those kind of countries and see that just selling of polling station form will lead to mayhem, catastrophe, fighting, and people butchering everybody. It is good to give a sound statement that you want to learn from somebody. But you see, when your political fundamentals are weak, you cannot be like what others have been. As we speak today, you live in a country we are promoting STEM education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. But come to think of it, for people to live in a sense political party form for local level position has turned into a war. So the fundamentals are not being laid. Now come to think of it, he spoke about the fact that if we are to achieve economic self-reliance, we need to domesticate the economy, and by so doing, we need to tax people more, mobilize revenue domestically. I have maintained that Ghanaians don't have problem with paying taxes. No. If you go around the whole country, people will love to pay taxes, but people want to see that their taxes are put to work. People want to see that politicians, including all of us, live a moderate life. So if somebody in Latabia Koshe, Medina, Adenta, he lives on a meager salary, and he sees a minister earning around 40,000 a month plus allowances, that person will not be happy. So he who call for equity must come with clean hands. And I want to make a clear and passionate appeal to the government of Ghana. Ghanaians don't have problem with paying taxes. No, Kafui. Anybody who says so, I'll challenge the person on any day. The challenge majority of Ghanaians have is that they don't see their taxes at work. The challenge Ghanaians have, some section have, is that they see the political class more like a bourgeois. They live of an Arabian king. So if the political class can tone down on profligate expenditure and live a more modest life, trust me, people will queue to pay taxes. Kafi, why is it that people live in Ghana here? They are reluctant in paying taxes. They move to UK, US, and all the rest of the geopolitical system. All of a sudden, they want to hurriedly pay their taxes. It is simply because in those countries, they see that politicians are living a modest life. They see that politicians are putting their taxes to work. They see that corruption is on the low. But if you come to the flip side of the coin, come to Ghana here, look at the convoy you see around. You will never go to Barbados and see those convoys. You will never go to UK, yeah, the convoys are there. But you never see a Secretary of State or the head of department of you. For them, they call their ministers Secretary of State. For example, of Home Affairs, of that. You will not see them with such a convoy and profligate lifestyle. So yes, Ghana is 65. We want to mobilize more money domestically, but let us tone down on the spending. Okay. When we do that, we can get more people to willingly show up and pay taxes. Okay.
Let me just back it up a bit, because yes, we are excited about the 65th anniversary, but we must also remember that on 24th of February 66, which is about 56 years ago, military adventurers and police people who should have been doing other things jumped into the system, took over the administration of the country. There was a coup. And of late, the word coup has entered our lexicon again. Not surprisingly, because of what is happening in our neighborhood with Burkina Faso. I mean, the military guy has just been installed as president. We've got the Guinea issues, we've got Mali issues, we've got Guinea-Bissau, where there was an attempted coup, which was quelled. And so I wasn't surprised that talk about instability was in the speech. And the president referred to restless spirits amongst us, seeking to exploit the current difficulties confronting the nation, who claim to have lost confidence in our democratic system. These are his direct words. either the absence of faith in the prospect of democratic alternative to the current government or their impatience to wield executive authority are the factors driving their appetite for the shortcut of military intervention. And then he talked about how the majority of us are committed to democratic values and will continue to resist the claims of these adventurers and deploy all legitimate means in our democracy to maintain our free, open system of governance. These were what would you call these direct jabs at the opposition, for want of a better word? Because he's talking about people who are impatient to wield executive authority, know that executive authority is the presidency.
Sure.
So if you say people are impatient in their desire to wield executive authority, is this not a direct jab at Mr. Mahama?
Yes, I think anybody else can be the president of Ghana by December 7, 2024. It can happen by December 7, 2024. JDM might not contest. It's possible. There could be that possibility. Nobody knows tomorrow. It can even happen that tomorrow he might get a bigger appointment and the issue of Ghanaian presidency will leave off the hook. But Kafui, I refer to 1966, 72, 79, 81 as the dark ages moment of Ghana. And if you take the 65 years value chain that we have, there were moments that were the dark ages under the military junta. In those times, I do always say, and I'll repeat it on your show, that the worst form of democratic governance can never be equated to the best form of military governance. And I always go for the governance. But when there are excesses, when there are corruption, when there are inefficiencies, we should be bold to speak truth to power. Now, the president posted that people are not patient enough to wait till their turn.
Restless spirits.
Exactly. So it's all about people waiting to ensure that democratically they are elected. Careful, you don't forget, you see, he who called for equity must come with clean hands. In those times, His Excellency had not been president. He spoke about the fact that if the John Dramani Mahama government at that time does not put in place the proper framework and foundation, the element of the Arab Spring could be the possibility in Ghana. I'm not sure at that time people say he was too restless. Let us accept the fact that people genuinely are not happy, including even members of his own party. If you speak to them, they are not happy about the pace of development under his tenure. So when people raise concerns, which could be legitimate, and this legitimacy born on the fact that before you came to power, certain promises you gave, certain posture you took, a posture that was more like, if I become president, corruption will be on the low. In less than 2 years or 18 months when I assume office, I'm going to transform Ghana. I'm going to make sure I borrow less. So when people begin to see these things and they don't see it reflecting and they begin to talk about it, what you need to do is that sit back and reflect. For me, I am never in support of anybody who make an attempt to embark on coup in Ghana. But when people are giving you indicators, red lights, for you to know that Mali, Guinea-Bissau, or Burkina Faso, all these countries, these things happen and they gave birth to coup. So if you are the leader of ECOWAS and the president of Ghana, and similar things are happening, it's a wake-up call for you, and you refer that to be a restless posture of the opposition, I totally disagree. However, I would love the president to sit down one day, go back from 2008 to 2016, take a moment of some trances, his posture, and just oppose with his posture from 2017 to today, he will realize that there's a complete departure of the personality people knew, the kind of thing they wanted to see as against today. So yes, the opposition could take a jab from the presidency because, of course, nobody throw a stone on a mango that is not good for taste. So obviously, when the party in governance recognize the NDC as the next party waiting to be in government, these jabs are expected. But that notwithstanding, let's come to the fundamental, the critical issue. The critical issue is that corruption is high. People think that the kind of personality they knew to have the robust ability to fight corruption, they are not seeing it today. People thought that if he becomes president, the economy will be on a good footing. So if these things are not there, and people start complaining, legitimately, genuinely, sit back, reflect over them, and don't take a posture of anything said that this is good or bad taste, I'm going to reciprocate. That posture for me, Kafui, is not good going forward. But not that notwithstanding, to all other people must also take cognizance of the fact that we have rule of law, no rule of men. So even if you do not support the current government, you have up to December 7, 2024 to make a change. once we've not gotten to that level, let us all respect the dictate of the Constitution. The Constitution says that you have universal adult suffrage. And on the 7th of December 2024, if you think you do not like the party in government now, you pick your ID card, you make the change you want to see. By resorting to warmongering, coup d'etat statement, I don't support it. But on the flip side, the president must know that genuinely, people have genuine concern that is not partisan, but they want Ghana to develop so that the kind of Ghana he professed from 2008 to 2016, Ghanaians want to see that.
Why do you think feeling in Ghana is that if you do not agree with the government, then you must be an NDC element, and that you must be swallowing misinformation? I read comments attributed to the finance minister talking about the resistance to e-levy being connected with misinformation, and the misinformation is coming from political quarters.
Kafu, there's one thing I have seen. We are all political. The fact that you make decision on resource allocation makes you a political human being. But then we must not be excessively partisan. We are all political. Even in your home, in your churches, in wherever you find yourself, in the trotro station, any decision you make that borders on other people's interests being shelved makes you a political being. But then, once we are political, should not make us excessively partisan. Look, I have my political clarification. I will not hide it. But when I sit on this show, it's Ghana First. It's about the things we can say and do that will lift Ghana from the level we are today to the next level we want to see, how we want to champion. So yes, anytime people speak, because we are politically motivated and conscious, we draw the line. And I will not fault people. Look, whatever discussion we hold here, some people can say that, BOT is for this. Yes, I should be politically inclined. But when people are making utterances, we must draw a fine line between they being political animals against partisanship. And in this country, any statement to make, even if you're a man of God, there's a political color tied to it. I don't see anything wrong with it. When you go to US today, businessmen openly say we are Democrats. Business people say openly we are Republicans, and there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, when they are doing their fundraising in the Democrat convention and Republican convention, you see God showing up. So if it were to be in Ghana, you see, let's say, Duncan Williams, Otabel, Ajinasare, they will let you know that they are Republicans. On the flip side, you could see, let's say, Obofo and the rest say, we are also Democrat. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with it. We must allow people to make a choice. And when they made the choice, how genuine are their concerns? And that's the issue I have. If you take the yield levy as a case study, and you do a spread over, cross-party interaction, and you talk to MPP, NDC, PNC, majority are not in support. So if the finance minister take a posture that anybody that is against E-levy automatically is partisan, that is totally wrong. Let me share with you statistics. Global Info Analytics did a research for the party in government. 56% of MPP members say they don't like E-levy, whooping 56%. And on the whole in Ghana, 91% are against E-levy. Based on these statistics, you cannot tell me that anybody who speaks against E-levy the opposition. So yes,
or they've been influenced by
by the opposition. Exactly, because you have Global Info Analytics doing research for the MPP, and in the research, 56% of MPP members are against E-levy. Nationally, 91% of Ghanaians are not for E-levy. These statistics, facts are facts, comment are free. These facts are sacred. And this first should tell any government appointee that Ghanaians are not for E-levy.
Well, I can't verify it. You'd have to send me the link for me to go check out.
Because I watch him on CTV, and he shared with Bernard Avle on the statistics, the research they have done. 56% of MPP members are against E-levy. On the whole, 91% of Ghanaians are not for E-levy. And they did a regional balance. Regional balance-wise, 64% of Ashanti region are for E-levy. But apart from that, all the other regions, majority were against E-levy. So any posture people take, that the fact that majority are not for E-levy, and you take that one to be an influence by the opposition party, that is totally unacceptable.
You're watching GTV. My name is Kafui Day. Today is 7th of March 2022. Your messages are coming up. But before that, there's a story on GBC Ghana Online involving President Putin and Ghana. So he congratulates Ghana on our 65th birthday. And there's a tweet that's come out from the Russian embassy in Ghana. President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, sent a congratulatory message on the occasion of the 65th anniversary of the Independence Day of the Republic of Ghana. And so that's a message right there, which has been sent by Vladimir Putin. And for those of you who are not by your TV set, you will head here right now. Thelma.
Okay, Kaf. Good morning, BOT. Good morning. The statement on your screen right now reads, "Esteemed Mr. President, please accept my sincere congratulations on the occasion of the national holiday of the Republic of Ghana, the Independence Day. The relations between Russia and Ghana are traditionally of a friendly nature. I am convinced that further development of a constructive bilateral dialogue and partnership meets the interest of our peoples, contributing to the peace and security on the African continent. I wish you good health and every success, as well as happiness and prosperity to all your compatriots. Respectfully, Vladimir Putin, Moscow, the Kremlin, March 6, 2022. His Excellency President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo." That's the statement.
Okay, so that's a message from Mr. Putin. And there's a lot of engagement on that message. Look for the Russian embassy in Ghana. One of the comments I read was that Ukraine's Independence Day is August 24th. Make sure you send them a similar message, Mr. Putin. Yeah. So those are international diplomacy issues playing out right here. We've got your messages coming in on 055-556-1034. We've got our lady who is about to go to a dance. Yes, old time dance in her guarantee and her afro, looking all fly, you know.
Yes.
Over to you.
Hello,
love
hello.
I love your shoes, man.
Let's say Metropole. We are going to Metropole today. Aloko nye adabrakani amie kule wanya white bells. Bona. Alo nya waba Jamestown Seaview Hotel, Ghana's first hotel from way back. It's no longer there. It's such a sad story of all. That's where you would have met Ramblers International, the sensational Wolome, and you would have heard some authentic Ghanaian music. So we are heading to the proverbial Metropole, which is GTV Breakfast today. We are serving you some disco moves today. What are your thoughts? Key thing you must remember, the comments made by persons on this platform and other GBC platforms represent their own comments and not the reflections or thoughts of the corporation. So keep that in mind while I read some of your messages. Good morning to CAF. Bernard has articulated the reality in Ghana. Our leaders need to be modest so that the masses would go along with them. The V8s are too many. Tricia says, good morning, family. Thank you so much, Tricia. Good morning to you. If I have the chance to become the leader of Ghana, I would pass a law that will make Ghanaians control everything in the country and also learn the things that we are not able to do so that we don't rely on anybody. We are tired of being controlled by Nkrophobia, and that is Kaf posted a message on his Twitter asking what you could change if you were president of Ghana for a day. Just yesterday, massive engagement on that. Look for @Kafui Day on Twitter and maybe add your thoughts to it. T.E. Mensah is saying greetings, and he said greetings to my boss and mentor BOT. He's such a delight to watch. He's always on top of issues. E.T. Mensah says so. Prince, this is quite lengthy, so I'm going to see. Good morning, Kaf, to you and your guest. My suggestions and solutions to the current temperature under which Ghana is: 1, salary reduction by half on all public workers, starting from the president to cleaner. Create a mechanism that will activate our oil business. All foreigners must respect trading conduct within the citizenry, and it goes on and on. Thank you for sending that to us. Let's pick other thoughts. Silas Odum says we don't need his wishes. He should clean his home before he's coming to check on his if his neighbor's own is clean. He's a criminal. I don't know who you are referring to, but we from such comments, because has he been found guilty of any crime by a competent court of law? I'm not able to independently verify that. So those are your thoughts, and thanks for sending them to us. You're looking fly this morning, Thelma and Kinkaf. Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate you joining us every morning. The problem is our politicians, the problem with our politicians is the abuse of power. Every penny must be accounted for. They are loyal to their parties than the ordinary Ghanaian. Mary sent that from the UK and says, Kafi, your wig is really wiggly. Keep up the good work. Thank you for sending that victory, Mary from the UK. Let me just clear up on this one. This is quite a lengthy one as well, so I'll try to go through it as quick as possible. See this, so when Ghana, Cape Coast, fellow Ghanaians and those who went to Cape Coast yesterday for the 65th independence celebration were sad for Cape Coast after 65 years because aside petty trading and colonial day schools, Cape Coast is dead. No factories, no fishing harbour, cold stores, and nothing except dilapidated buildings. Ghanaians must be angry seriously because after Tema and Accra and some parts of Kumasi, if you move to other regions, there are no factories for the growing youth. The Cape Coast Castle and a lot of historic buildings are falling apart. It was an insult to the people of Ogwa. Nana Kwesi said that from Dansoman. And those are your thoughts, Nana Kwesi. Thank you for sending them. I don't like to smoke anymore, but the possible best way to treat my cold turkey is to smoke instead of checking into rehab. That is what people who on one hand say they don't want coup, but conditions are ripe for coup are telling us. Why should we even draw people's attention to coup in the first place if you claim you love the ballots more than the coup? How do you compare Ghana to Mali, looking at how far we have come in terms of using the ballots to change presidents? Stop feeding people's minds with coup if you say you are a lover of the ballots. That's what Kobe is saying. Good morning, hashtag GTV Breakfast. 65 years on, Ghana should consolidate its gains. There's more work to be done to make Ghana a better place. Happy birthday to your day over there. Thank you for sending the message. More coming in. We have to start developing. We cannot stand being ruled by other people. Are we still a colony? Is the question Francisca Opoku is asking. Sasko joins and says, good morning, I'm watching you live and we are reading your messages live as well. And that would be it for now. Remember, it's the 6th of March holiday, which was yesterday, so it's been moved to today. So today we are shifting things up a little bit, going a bit disco. And the light you see flashing across our studios is brought to you by Lightness. And we'll be meeting that awesome young lady very much later on in the show, and we'll get to know how she was able to do all this at such a young age. Keep your messages coming in and I'll try and read a few more of them when I can. Back to you, Kaf.
Loving the afro.
Yeah.
Nice one. Thelma with the old school look there in her beautiful up and down.
And my galanty.
And your galanty shoe. We've been joined by Dr. Kweku Anani-Jinde. He is a corporate governance expert. He's a lecturer at GIMPA and UPSA. Happy Independence Day to you, Dr. Anani-Jinde. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Lovely to see you.
I'm doing great. Just that let me first apologize to your viewers. I'm really sorry.
Oh,
I'm the type who doesn't want to turn up eventually.
Yes.
So I really have to apologize. It was something that was beyond my control. Force majeure.
No, force majeure. Force majeure. Yes, indeed. How did you spend the Independence Day?
Well, I was at home. I watched everything from my television, and I think it was a good event filled with emotions as well.
What kind of emotions?
Because you see, let me just say good morning to your viewers.
Yes.
In the first place, the day before, I was expecting with historical events that led to our independence.
Throwbacks.
And the next morning, 6th of March, I flipped through the channels. Some were playing Chatawale, some were doing this Mexico
soap operas.
Soap operas. I said, hey,
what's going on?
We as a nation? But at the end of the day, when the parade started and the speeches that went on, at a point when the lady from Barbados, when she was speaking, I felt touched because she touched on so many issues that affect us as a people. Not just Ghana, but Africans. So I think the event went well, but the only issue I have to be very frank here. This is a national event, right? We want everybody to be on board.
Yes.
This is the time we are calling for national unity and all rally behind the Ghanaian flag. So when the people were marching, I don't know whether you saw it. A group came. They called them patriotic ladies. They are affiliated to the MPP. So if the CPP wanted to bring incredible ladies, NDC said, oh, democratic ladies.
Umbrella ladies.
No, I mean, this is a national event.
Yeah, you think they gate crashed?
So I mean, it should be a national event, not a partisan event.
What did the patriotic ladies do? What were they doing?
They are part of the MPP.
Okay, were they dancing or something?
No, they were marching, and I think most Ghanaians they were wearing blue. I'm very critical. You know, I'm a trained journalist.
Yes, indeed.
So if it is a national event, we should make it a national event.
Keep it national.
You don't pollute it with patriotic ladies. So if the SCPP wanted to bring their people, would they have allowed them? If the NDC wanted to bring their women's wing, would they have allowed them? No, this is a national event. So let us be Ghana comes first. Apart from that, I think as a nation, we've not done too badly. You know, curfew, I remember when I was going to school in Tamasco.
Yeah. That's it.
So those are the ladies?
Yeah, patriotic ladies.
I see.
Yeah. I was not too happy with it.
Yeah.
And I think the organizers, the next time they should not make it a partisan. They are Ghanaians. All right. But we don't have to give this event any political color.
Yeah. Bring them back again. I want to see them. I want to... The dress code is quite interesting. It was blue t-shirts with kente.
With kente, and then
was it leggings or jeans? They were wearing?
I was so pissed off. I didn't want them.
You're not interested in the dress code. I'd like to see them again. You know.
I don't know whether many Ghanaians took note of that.
So that's quite observant. I mean, I missed this part. When they started marching, I had to go and do something else. But
the devil is in the details.
The details, yes.
So, Kafi, I remember. I think we've not done too badly. When I was going to St. Charles, 1975, and I had to go from Bamboy to Tamale, I had to come to Wenchi first, take Cholole,
the wooden mummy truck
to Techimai, and sometimes we had to wait at Techimai for 3 days before you got a truck to go to Tamale.
Those are your ladies.
Yeah, and the truck took. I don't want to watch.
I think it's leggings, black leggings.
And the truck took almost 3 days from Techimai to Tamale.
Okay, all right.
So, but today you can go from Techimai to Tamale and then come back.
Yeah.
So if you look at it from that perspective,
yeah.
I think there've been some improvement.
Yes.
And I think that as a country, we've not done so badly at all. So I want us to focus on the positives, how we can build and then improve on the positive side of our national development. That to me is where the focus should be. Of course, we made some unpardonable mistakes, and I think if we look back now, would we want to do those same mistakes? That is why when some people talk about coup d'etat, some of us become very concerned and worried. So as a country, we've not done too badly, but we should have been better. But you can also attribute it to the unnecessary military interventions that has held our progress back.
Yes.
Because I always say that we started the same time like Korea, but look at where they are now. So please, Ghana, it is our country. So you may not be asked to be another Sajina Tipo or Koprajete, but your Koprajete is in the fact that you do what is right for this country. If I'm a lecturer and I have to go and teach at 9 o'clock, I have to be there. If I'm a lecturer, I have to do my work as a lecturer so that I don't exchange man for sex. That has happened.
Yeah.
You know, you see, our little contributions at the end of the day great. Whether you are a teacher and you go there and you teach the right thing, you are punctual, you do the right thing, you are on time. Civil servant, you go to work at 9 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock. You have to close at 5 o'clock, but you leave the house by 3 o'clock. The whole day you are working lotto. What is your productivity? What is your contribution?
Thank you. Good questions and good observations on the parade. And that's why we are glad that even though you were late, you made it here and you've added something to the soup. You've added a spice, whether it's rentia or dawa dawa, it's a spice. Just a last note on the address yesterday, and it came from the Barbados Prime Minister, who is suggesting that, and this is on gbcghanaonline.com. Just go to our website, gbcghanaonline.com. Lots of stories on Independence Day right there on the National Broadcasters website. So gbcghanaonline.com. G21, admit AU as a member of G20, and this is a suggestion from the PM. Quick thoughts, Bernard, and then I'll go to Doc as well.
Yes, I
think it's time?
It's time, Leonard. I think the Barbados Prime Minister, she's always spot on. I have gotten the patient to review her activities with the Commonwealth, and her engagement with the United Nations, some of her speeches and her leadership in her country, and I think that she's always spot on. The G8 basically is about economic control of the new world economic order. Yeah. And I think the request for AU to be admitted to G8 is spot on. But it's not just about a symbolic representation. It is not just about AU going to be a member of G20. If they are, what is going to be the multiplier effect on the whole of the African continent? Africa today has a available market of about 1.3 billion population. That open Africa for infrastructure deficit, technology deficit, and that is also a readily available market for the superpowers and the control of the global geopolitical system. So the call by the Barbados Prime Minister is also a wake-up call for our own African leaders to know that when we get these seats, let us make the best use of it, because people take this seat and affect their countries positively. African leaders will take this seat and rather it turn the other way around.
Okay. Let's listen to a couple of words that she said at the address, and then I'll get Dr. Anani Jinde's comments. This is the Prime Minister of Barbados speaking yesterday at the independence celebrations held in the historic city of Cape Coast.
The individual rights to protect each and every one of us. At the formation of the United Nations, we preserved an old colonial order of empires having the right to determine what the global community should look like. We now know that it does not work. And we now know that the time has come to work together to change it for the betterment of the nations of the world altogether, yes, but in particular for the betterment of the people of our nations who were suppressed and colonized, regrettably, for too long. My friends, I ask us also to recognize that in today's world, technology makes geography and size almost irrelevant. And therefore it gives us that unique opportunity, and certainly as we have done in the Caribbean and in my own country, to assert that the time has come to reclaim our Atlantic destiny, that the time has come for strong strategic leadership. And that is why we have come to look to you on so many things for partnership as you have looked with us. I stand here today on your Independence Day to thank the people of Ghana for being able to support us in our need for nurses, with the first 95 nurses having gone to in July of 2020. We thank you, the government and people of Ghana, for that most generous gesture. And we are heartened that they have made a huge difference to our public health care system. So much so that we have just completed interviews for just under another 200 nurses.
A powerful speaker, Mrs. Motley, PM of Barbados. And yes, she just reminded us, and she was grateful for our gift of nurses to Barbados. Time for Africa to add to the G20 to make it G21, Dr. Anani Jinde?
Well, I think it is a good call. But you see, Kafui, if you want to join any club, you have to go from a position of strength. Are you just going there just to make up the numbers, or for its symbolism, or what? So I think that it is a good call, but I think first and foremost we should strengthen the African continent area. Mm-hmm. If we have that economic strength and you go to the table, because you are coming from a position of strength, people will listen to you. This is what the EU did. Now if they go for any international negotiations, the EU, they go as a bloc, and as such their bargaining power is much higher than in the countries who go on their individual basis. So for a start, Africa, we must put our house together and then strengthen our own economic interaction, the way we deal with each other, the economic trade that we all want to promote, the interaction that we need to promote. But to me, I think the African Union, they are focusing too much on trade instead of movement of people. You see, the EU, the basis of their union was on four things: free movement of goods and services, free movement of capital, free movement of people. If we just focus on only the economic aspect without allowing our people to move freely, but you know, before colonization, our people used to trade among ourselves. There were no barriers. So what are we doing in terms of the artificial barriers that have been created by the people who colonize us? And by the way, the people who colonized and then continue to divide us, they have found the need to come together through the European Union. You see the paradox?
How much more the colonized?
How much more the colonized? So it's high time we think. Start traveling from here to Nigeria. Look at the roadblocks, the barriers. Are they necessary? I know there are security implications, but we must find ways and means of bringing down these barriers, because it is people who do business.
The barriers and the bribes, because you have to be bribing your way all the way through.
I don't have any evidence to that.
Oh no! I talked to traders. They say they have to pay. It's small all the
time. So they have to bring down the barriers.
Yeah.
Look, it is easier to travel from France to Germany than to travel from
Schengen zone.
You just take your national ID card. You drive through. Sometimes I drive to my uncle in France without even a single border.
Borderless.
Borderless. So why can't we also do that? So if we really want Africa to really be strong economically, we cannot leave out the free movement of people, because it is people who do business. It's not business that does people. It is people who do business.
I like that.
So we must allow free movement of people so that people can trade among themselves. Is it through trading activities that we can unite as a people?
Indeed, indeed.
And we can also do the integration through educational exchanges. I remember when I was at GIJ, we had an exchange program with the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. I don't know whether it's still there. They used to come for our graduation. We went to Cape Coast with them. We did some communal labor at NIMA 441. We had the chance to interact with Nigerian students. And that is the way you get to know each other as Africans. But I don't know that program is still there at GIJ.
Now we have Nigerian students come to study, not necessarily.
So
exchange.
I think the call for Africa to be given a seat, and to me, just giving us one seat, 51 countries, you just give us one seat, I think it is not equitable enough, in my candid opinion. So I think let's fight for it, but let us also put our house in order, so that when we are going there from a position of strength.
Position of strength is what we need to make things happen. We'll take another spot of your messages. Funky Thelma with her big bouncy afro will be giving you a flavor of what you have been telling us. Just to remind you that 26 more Ghanaian students from Ukraine have returned home. If you go to gbcghanaonline.com, you will see the story there. 26 more Ghanaian students from Ukraine have returned. Over the weekend, I was chatting with, we have one gentleman we've been speaking to in Ukraine, in Sumy. Yes, and I sent him a message just to let him know that, hey, we're forgotten about you, because if you read about Sumy, Sumy is under attack, really.
Oh, really?
And the international students, about 500 international students, are, for the moment, trapped. They can't move out, So it's good to know that 26 more Ghanaian students have come back. Now 74 is the total number of citizens who have so far arrived in the country from Ukraine. They arrived 5th of March 2022 on Saturday. 14 from Romania, 9 from Czech Republic, 3 from Slovakia. And I'm told that some parents of the students who have escaped Ukraine are trying to make sure that their children don't come back to Ghana. So they are deluded into thinking that from Czech Republic or from Romania they can end up in UK or France or Germany. And I have reliable information that the security officials will fish them out if they're trying to be illegal immigrants taking advantage of the war. So guys, please, if you've been given opportunity to get yourself, please come home. Okay, don't make yourself into an economic migrant in Europe in these tough times. Okay, awesome. Thelma, are you ready for us?
I sure am.
Let it go.
And Paulus is sending us good morning to the hashtag we love to see GTV breakfast. Lovely old school outfit. Happy Independence Day to us all. Thank you for appreciating our efforts. We're put together nicely by Rit Cultural. Follow them on social media. RIT Cultural is the plug for all your dressing needs. More messages coming in. I hear Cape Coasters will be gifted with the renovation of Agri School. Is the money coming from the president's pocket? Samuel is asking, was that Philip Kwakwe's school?
Yes, the Philip Kwaku school, yes.
That was Philip's school. No,
Philip Kwaku school.
But that's Samuel's question. Obing says, good morning, happy Independence Day, Kafui. Well, our mother Ghana is 65 years and as National Ambulance Service structure is very bad and not encouraging at all, which seems our leaders are not aware of their salaries, and also with all the risk, without any insurance and risk allowance to the personnel, sacrificing their lives out there, saving lives. And that is, I'm assuming that that's an ambulance or an emergency service driver of some sort, but that's the message they are sending to us. Hello, sir. Point of correction, they are loyal ladies of NPP and not patriotic ladies. So for our information here, loyal ladies, they are still ladies.
They are still ladies.
And they are still affiliated to a party.
Yes, and so we need to get the, okay, we'll get the
That's the point I'm making.
Loyal ladies
to
the party. And this was not a partisan
national event.
Thank you very much. Point well taken.
Loyal ladies, patriotic ladies, but the ladies are still there. And I'm dressed like a proud girl lady going for my disco at Metropole. Messages coming in again. Our WhatsApp number 0555561034. Barbados Prime Minister's speech was powerful. We want bold leaders like her to help bring racism to an end. Who else wished she had brought Rihanna with her? Me? Okay, that's all right. More messages. I want to wish a happy birthday to my junior brother Emmanuel. Thank you for that. Emmanuel will definitely hear it. Happy Independence Day to everyone. Thank you for sending your messages across to us. A little later on in the show, after the headlines, we'll be looking into 65 years of our independence journey and asking what the prospects are for the next 65. There's also an education series that will be coming up that we'll be looking into, so you don't want to miss it. If you want some comfortable shoes, get one of these guarantees like the ones I'm wearing. I almost bought my Achimota sandals, but I had those when I was 6 months old and they don't fit anymore. So I had to go with this guarantee. Thank you for your messages. Oh, there's just a couple more. T&K, you're looking the part. Cool and the Gang and Oblayoko. Trisha, thank you so much for sending it. Back to CAF and the gentleman.
Thelma, so coming up is that conversation on Ghana's 65th anniversary, sustaining our democracy. And if you're wondering where all the disco lights, happening on the set, well, the person who's responsible for this will be having a chat with us later on in the show. She's called Light Nurse, and she's Africa's first female lighting programmer. Never knew there were lighting programmers. I knew there were computer programmers and music programmers, but apparently we also have lighting programmers. And so, yeah, you learn something new every day on the show. Okay, a couple of points here before we dash out. So the Daily Graphic Online is talking about visa waiver agreements that Ghana has signed with 8 countries. So I'm really interested in this and where this is all coming up from. Visa waiver applications. So there are some countries where you don't need a visa to go. You just go. So let me get the countries. So these are the countries, and we'll see whether there's any significance. So Ghana has signed visa waiver agreements with the following countries: Qatar, Jamaica, Suriname, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Guyana, Venezuela, and Malta. It means that countries coming from those countries will be exempted from applying for visas when entering Ghana, and vice versa, disclosed by the president in a tweet last Thursday. So the countries again: Qatar, Jamaica, Suriname, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Guyana, Venezuela, and Malta. Bernard.
Yes, from visa and immigration perspective, I'll pick on Qatar because economically Qatar is not doing well. Then I'll pick on Malta because Malta is now part of the Schengen zone. So among the that you need a Schengen visa to enter, Malta is one of them. And a holder of Maltese visa automatically qualify you to enter the remaining 25 Schengen other countries. So, but some of these things, you see, when some of these agreements are signed, they are not exclusive and implementable from the word go. They ought to be taken to the respective parliament of those 2 countries for them to be ratified. So yes, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, let me commend them. There is a bold step and something we need to commend them. So whoever triggered this discussion and this negotiation has done a human job for the presidency and the government of Ghana, and that is commendable to the ministry. But that notwithstanding, at time having done this at the international level, it has to be localized. You need to bring it down to your parliament for it to be ratified. I don't know the full details of the waiver agreement, what it says. In some waiver agreement, you have to go to a respective country parliament, national parliament, for it to be ratified. In this Does it have the same clause? If it had the same clause, then people should not be too quick to say that they are just picking their passport and entering Qatar or Malta. Because what I know is I haven't gone through to sign. Because the foreign affairs minister of your country will send the respective foreign affairs minister of their respective country. And after that, they may, because I don't know the clause of the waiver agreement, they may have to take it back to Parliament of Ghana and the Parliament of Maltese, Venezuela, Guyana for them to sign. It is after that point that they have an executive instrument backing it. But if the waiver agreement only stipulates that by signing by the foreign affairs minister ends it, then it's a good news. And it's good news because also in a way improve immigration purposes between Ghana and these 8 countries. Among all the countries, I will single out Qatar and Malta because Malta is part of Schengen or Europe. And once Ghanaians have access to Malta, automatically, in a way, it reduces the burden to enter the other Schengen zone.
But let me the devil is in the detail. Yeah? As Dr. Anna Nejinde so eloquently showed us. In a tweet, this is, so from the president, Ghana has signed visa waiver agreements with Qatar, Jamaica, Suriname, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Guyana, Venezuela, and Malta. Officials from both countries carrying diplomatic, service, and official passports will be exempted from applying for visas when entering each other's countries. Officials. So is this just limited to officials?
So you see, this,
not me and you.
If we did dovetails into the waiver agreement, I said that you see, anytime you have a waiver, there's also implicit clauses. There are clauses that go. So this waiver is not for every Ghanaian, and that is for the bourgeois, the elite class, or the super class. For me, government should do better. Let's expand the scope of the beneficiaries so that the ordinary Ghanaian who is a trader, businessman, at Medina, KJ, Techiman, can pick his or her passport, enter Qatar, enter Malta to transact business. There are most of these government officials, they are just holding service passport for holding sake. The political dividend Ghanaians need, it doesn't come with some of them holding those passports. But it could be the ordinary businessman, when given this opportunity, the returns they can transact business and bring to Ghana, Kafu, is amazing. So I want to call on the Foreign Affairs Ministry. The scope is too limited. Let us go for a more wider waiver scope so that more business people, more business class people can benefit from this waiver other than the political class.
Dr. Anna Nejinde, details are important.
Well, I think it's just a limited group of people.
Yes.
A specialized group of people.
Exactly.
Who would benefit from this waiver that government has gone to agree on. But Kafu, let us also remember that Ghana, in case to public international law, Ghana, we are a dualist state, which means any international agreement that we sign must necessarily be approved by the Parliament of Ghana.
As you said.
If you don't do that, that agreement has no validity. It's not effective, it's not valid in the eyes of the law, because this is what the Constitution requires. Even this one, this waiver agreement, it is an international agreement. It has to be brought to the Parliament of Ghana for Parliament of Ghana to approve it before it becomes a law that is valid and effective in Ghana. So it is a good thing. If you look at it from the cultural point of view, the people, our brothers in Jamaica, Suriname, Grenada, you know, because of the historical links that we have, Caribbean. It is good that we try to forge that sort of pan-African approach to visiting our brothers and sisters. And economically, I think Qatar and Malta, they are going to be more beneficial. I'm not saying that we're not going to get any economic benefit from Venezuela or other countries, but I'm looking at it from the cultural point of view, the historical links that we have with these countries. So they are good initiatives, but I still maintain that all these initiatives, whether for the diplomats or for the general public, it has to be brought to the Parliament of Ghana for approval.
Okay.
If not, it is not law.
All righty. And before you go, gentlemen, I'm just curious. I put a tweet out there on Twitter and then a comment on Facebook about if you were to be leader of this country for one day, what, and whatever you said would be law. What's the most important thing that you would want to see happen? I'll start with you, Bernard.
Before I go on to that, Kafu, you know, today is a holiday, right?
Yes, indeed.
And old vendors are meeting at Ajaz Park today.
Ah, nice. Where's Ajaz Park? Legon.
Legon.
Okay.
And Sons of Baku said old vendors, some of the old chiefs and lawyers, they are all there. So from here, I'm joining them.
Seriously. Nice.
All old vendors should join us there. Then
One
quick
time.
one, I will focus on education.
Okay.
If you want to destroy a nation, you don't need armament. Focus, target the education, and you can destroy that nation. Once we can localize and indigenize our educational system with focus on STEM, we are good to go. So for me, if I become a president of Ghana for one day, I'll focus radically on education.
Radically on education. Dr. Nanijinde.
Well, I think I go with Bernard because I'm a product of free education.
Okay.
From Bola Bamboy to Tamasco to GIJ. But for education, I don't think I would I'll be sitting here with you. So my focus will be on education, not just any type of education, technical and vocational education.
Okay.
We've had enough of the theoretical approach to education. Let's go practical by focusing on technical and vocational education. This is what has made Germany what it is today.
Technical and vocational education has made Germany what it is today. Those are the comments of Dr. Anani Jinde, and he was joined by Bernard Odru Techi, who is with the Commonwealth Alliance for Young Entrepreneurs West Africa. Dr. Anani Jinde teaches law. Today he's not teaching any law, he's on holiday. So Jimpa and UPSA, allow them man to relax. Gentlemen, I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day. And you know, this old school vibe cannot go without some good old school music. So where is my date? Thank you. Come on. Charlie, you have to talk. Hey. 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 Hey.
Mama will be so disappointed just watching me dance right now. Hey, Bernard is also coming to dance.
Hey, come on.
Hey. Come on. Dr. Jinde, come on. Woo.
Hey. Dr. Jen, show me your moves, oh.
Okay, one by one.
Come on.
Hey.
There we go.
Hey.
Hey, Dr. Jenny. Whoa. Your students are watching. Come on. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey, shall I learn these moves, man?
It's like driving. Changing gear. Bernard, your turn.
Come on.
Oh, this one I can do easy.
Dr. Jenny, you are a jammer.
We can see those who went to disco back in the day.
Thank you so much.
Oh, this has been fun.
This was great. This was great.
We are seeing those. Sound that music up. Can you do the boogie?
No. Hey, what was that?
You see? You see? Go back. Then front. Then back. Then jump. See? I got moves.
Stay tuned to us. This is GTV Breakfast. Old school morning. I give up. I'm going to watch you now. Hey.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next
I don't go next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
Advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
Thanks for staying on. It's still Breakfast Live on GTV. Today, the holiday following the Independence Day parade yesterday. And so today, we are reliving the moment yesterday of the 65th Independence Anniversary parade that happened in Cape Coast. President Akufo-Addo addressing Ghanaians and the world and exchanging felicitations with the rest of the world. He also spoke strongly about happenings in-house, and he spoke about the recent comments people have made alluding to coup d'etats. And we've heard from earlier on in the news when Multiti brought us breakfast news some of the things he said at that parade, but his comments are also coming in the wake of, like I'm saying, remarks people have made concerning coups, and he's saying they should not be entertained. So we've experienced a number of those attained independence but since 1992 we've been going strong, and it is hoped that we would continue. But 65 years after our democratic journey started, what should we celebrate and what should we look forward to in the next 65 is the question we are asking. At the table this morning with me is Dr. Kojo Opoku Edu, Senior Research Fellow, Institute of African Studies at the University of Ghana. Dr. Opoku Edu, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So we are looking at 65 years of independence, and I read one of my colleagues, Kafri Day, posted on his Twitter account, if Ghana was a human being, they would be in retirement now for the 5th year. What do we have that we should celebrate?
Well, thank you. This is a recurring question. Almost every year this time, the same question is asked.
Yep.
Is it to be celebrated at all? And, I think that question in itself, suggests that we are not very sure. We are not sure as to whether we should be celebrating this or not. I think there's a sense in which we may celebrate it. In the past 65 years, we've stayed together as a nation. We've not experienced those disintegrative potentials of ethnicity and so on. And so that is something, to be celebrated. But at the same time, I think there are a number of things that also may call for not celebration, but sober reflection as to what we've been doing over the years. And to give you a sense of that, let me quickly go back and indicate that the people of the Gold Coast had agonized over a very long time, and that agonizing later on got to a point where a political party was formed, the UGCC, to liberate the nation, as it were. Now, to do this, Nkrumah and the others had indicated that there was the need for us to seek the political kingdom first, and that all other things will follow. Have all other things followed? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves. If we look at the levels of poverty in this country, if you look at the collapsing infrastructures, if we look at the poverty of ideas and all these in our national discourses, I think one will be tempted to say that rather than celebrate, we have every reason to be sober and reflexive, to soberly reflect on what has happened to us as a people. So these are what my thoughts are as far as whether we should celebrate them or not. For us, there is a reason, there might be a reason to celebrate for having stayed together all these years, not experiencing the kinds of disintegration that others have experienced on the continent, and so on. There is also an equally good reason why we may not celebrate, but rather soberly reflect on what has been happening.
Our country was based on 2 pillars of freedom and justice, and as we went forward, or as we evolved with the times, other tenets have become necessary as well. Now the 1992 Constitution is the law of the land. Do you think that we've achieved the fundamental principles that we set out to achieve 65 years ago when our fathers and we got it?
Yeah, that's a question. What that statement from Nkrumah, seek ye first the political kingdom and all others to be added, what that meant, if it meant anything at all, is that the mass impoverishment of the colonial period will give way to prosperity. So now the question is, have we done away with the impoverishment? Are we experiencing prosperity in this country? And as I did indicate, the answer is certainly no. There are certain areas where we've made some progress, but on a more basic and fundamental level, we've not achieved those things. I mean, the economic empowerment of our people and the kind of progress that we need. As to freedom and justice, yes, we are free from colonial rule. We are governing ourselves and so on. But that is not just the end.
People question the freedom, even relating it with economic freedom, and so people use terms such as neo-colonialism and the new form of slavery, and the fact that the best brains in the country are still the ones who end up in other countries. And so people look at these things and they suggest that perhaps we are not free. Do you share the same thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent I do. Now, if you look at what happened in the immediate post-colonial period, you will see that the aspirations of the nationalist struggle were not fulfilled. The country has been unable to achieve a measure of growth and prosperity. Now, in response to this lack of progress, the people have devised various strategies. Among them, leaving the country, migrating, Kalabule and all. Now, in response to this, the governments in the post-colonial period have tended to be repressive, and the coercive authoritarian rule, engenders further alienation and discontent, which even invites more repression. So that is how come we've had a vicious cycle of repression and alienation have been framed in the post-colonial period. And that is part of the explanation why people say that, look, we don't have freedom yet. Because it's not just the freedom to talk or the freedom to vote, but the freedom to exercise economic, social, and cultural rights as a people. And that, I think, we're falling short.
So when we are talking about our achievements, we talk about our presidency and the fact that we've been able to elect. We've gone to the polls, people have exercised their right to choose, and they've made choices since 1992 consistently. We look at our parliament, for example. Do you think we've evolved enough to be proud of what we've achieved with our parliamentary system?
Yeah, one of the arguments in support of democratization was that democracy would bring development or may lead to some development. So it is not democracy in itself, but democracy as an instrument, for development. So in assessing our democracy, our parliamentary systems and so on and so forth, we need to bear in mind one thing: what have been the result of these practices over the years. And it seems to me that we are not really seeing the effect, the democratic, the development effect of democracy now. And so there are those who think that democracy is good in itself. But there are those who also think, and I belong to that school, that democracy is only an instrument for development. Now, the democracy development nexus or link has not shown, in the last 30 years. And so people are really, really living in disquiet and despondency, And so it is not just a question of going to vote every 3 or 4 years. That is the possessional aspect of democracy. It is also a question of whether people are really, living better lives, whether people are empowered, especially children and women and so on. So it seems to me that to just focus on the fact that the democracy has been in practice for the past 30 years and therefore we've made some progress is to miss the point. From the World Bank, IMF, and everybody was that democracy was quite critical to development. So where's the link? That's the question. And the fact that there is so much poverty around, the fact that many people are living on less than $1 a day, and that's the definition the World Bank itself gives for poverty, we cannot say that we've been successful. We cannot say that we've been successful, unless, of course, we are looking at development just in terms of elections. And in between elections, what happens? People go to sleep, and then every 4 years there's an election. That is not, for me, the way to assess our performance so far.
So how should we, then, if we can't use situations to assess our performance? Are you saying that having peaceful elections, other countries are not able to do that? And we see how things fall apart very quickly in some countries when it comes to elections. We get to the brink of it at the head of the campaign. somehow, some attribute this to God's grace, we always seem to find our way back to peaceful waters. Shouldn't that be celebrated?
Yeah, that's I said, the fact that we survived the last 30 years or the last 65 years is cause for some celebration. But you see, if you look at, people are not going to assess progress on the basis of the frequent elections that we've had or the peaceful elections that we've had. If people are facing serious social exclusion, if poverty is high, if there is disempowerment, then people are saying, look, somehow we failed. Now, we shouldn't just look at the elections, we should also look at what that democracy is bringing to people. To what extent are people's lives better? For example, if you talk about the freedom to speak or the freedom to participate, to speak and to participate, you must be able to reflect. But when you have people who are so much concerned about basic things like survival and who are not able to really meet their daily ends and so on and so forth, then it becomes very difficult for such poor, isolated, sick people to be able to participate or to enjoy the democracy. So these democratic people that we are talking about, Ghanaians, are too isolated, too disempowered, sometimes too ill to exercise those democratic rights. And that is what makes the whole question of economic empowerment crucial in any assessment of democracy. Because as I said, unless you're looking at democracy as something that is good in itself, the intrinsic value of democracy, then you can make that kind of argument. But if you see democracy as an instrument for something else, for development, the analysis becomes something different. And my position is that we cannot simply say we've done well simply because we have frequent, free and fair elections. We should go beyond that to see the extent to which people's lives are better. Are people living better? Are people healthier today than 30 years ago? Are jobs being created? And so on and so forth. So these are very, very, so much importance. In other words, I belong, for example, to the school that says that we should not simply focus on the political rights, but the social, economic, and cultural rights of people, the right to work, and so on and so forth. And that these economic and social and economic rights ought to be justiciable also. In the absence of that, I don't think there's much to celebrate. Because as we sit here today celebrating, that if that's what we are doing at all, there are millions of Ghanaians who are thinking seriously about how to get jobs, who are thinking seriously about how to take care of their families and so on and so forth. And these are the problems. And if we consider the fact that the national debt is rising, infrastructures are collapsing, there is deep social exclusion of many, many people in our country, then we cannot say we've done well.
But successive governments, and not just the current one, have put measures in place to address some of the things that you're saying. So, for example, when it comes to health, the National Health Insurance Scheme, of course, the social welfare system is not as it should be, and everyone agrees that it needs a lot of improvement. But interventions have been put in place to get more people employed, to get people skills. Have they not been enough, in your estimation?
No, they've not been enough. If you go on the street now and ask people, ordinary people on the street, they'll tell that they've not been enough. The remains that majority of our people are poor, are living below the poverty line. And poverty here is defined in terms of what the World Bank and IMF says, living on less than $3-4 a day. There are many people like that. So we cannot say that the interventions have solved problems, even if they've made some progress and so on. So I think the important thing to look at now is to see whether the conditions, the welfare, the quality of life of our people have improved with time, as a result of practicing democracy. As I did indicate earlier on, the whole question, the demand for democracy does not stem from the fact that democracy itself as a way of life is good in itself. It may be good in itself, but we should also pay attention to instrumental value of democracy. We should move away from the intrinsic value of democracy to look at its instrumental value, to see whether people are living better, whether people are living longer, whether people are living healthier than they were before the advent of democratization. And once we begin to look at that, we will see that we have a lot to do as a people.
There are some who have studied some of these parameters, as you call them, and they've found, for example, we've had some at this table who've told us that the people are living longer lives, and hence calls to perhaps look at retirement age, put it back a little bit to say from 60 to 62, 65, and it's an indication of how well we're doing. But I do appreciate the point that you've made, that there's so much more that goes into it. Just before our independence, even our justice delivery system was quite problematic. People were being sent to prison without fair trial. And 65 years on, what do you think our court systems have taught us? How do you think we've grown from those days where people just disappeared to now?
Yeah, I mean, there have also been some disappearances in the post-colonial period. If you look at even the Nkrumah period, the detention without trial and so on and so forth. During the Busia period, the Protective Custody Act and all that. So these things have remained. You see, if we go back into history and we look at the stages of colonialism, you will appreciate some of the points I'm making. There were 4 basic, stages. The first was, to begin with, some small group of people coming to do some reconnaissance and also to gather some intelligence. Then comes the next stage, which is the stage of invasion, where the local people resist. So when the local military or army is defeated, then comes the occupation, and then the assimilation, to indoctrinate you to accept all this. Now, each of these stages, was characterized by violence of all sorts, whether physical violence, psychological violence, or structural violence. Now, it was in response to this that I said earlier on that Ghanaians had been, or the people of Gold Coast had been agonizing for a very long time, and the idea was that with independence, things will change, So there should be no justification whatsoever for those practices to continue in the post-colonial period. And so many times, they've happened. One of the important aspirations of the liberation movement was that people will begin to live better, was that the rule of law will work, or that individual rights and freedoms will be respected. Now, if you look at what has happened since then, I was watching that there's a guy who has been going to the prisons to interview prisoners, and there are people who have been on remand for years. Their cases have not yet been tried. All these things are happening in independent Ghana. And so the question that you will ask yourself is, what was the point in fighting for liberation if some of these things were going to continue in the post-colonial period?
Do you think the military interventions have drawn us back a bit, and they've many times shifted us off course, and it's taken us a while to get back, hence some of these challenges that we are having?
Yeah, military interventions were not supposed to happen. They were aberrations, because the military is there to protect the state from aggression. And so why did the military intervene to begin with? I think we need to look at what I would call the demand for coups. The demand for coups. And by demand for coups, I don't mean people shouting that there's a need for coup and so on and so forth. But by demand of coups, the demand for coups, I'm talking about things like mismanagement, corruption, nepotism, suppression of rights, and so on and so forth. And when these things are happening, then that society is demanding coup, and they'll be surprised in any case. So for me, the most important thing now is to look at the demand side and the supply side of coups. What is happening? How do people feel? What is the state of legitimacy of the state itself, or those who are in government? How do people feel? What are the levels of corruption?
But the laws of Ghana hold that every government is elected into power for a period of 4 years, people get to decide whether or not the government or the party remains in power or another party takes over. That is the law, and that's the theory that we stand by. So the president's comment yesterday drew a lot of reactions, because he said the coup-mongers should not be encouraged. So
yes.
On what basis would you say that there's a demand?
We should encourage it, but sometimes you have to disobey the law to achieve an objective. If the situation gets worse, if there is mismanagement and there's corruption.
But at what cost? We've seen what has happened.
I'm not justifying
in recent times.
I'm not justifying coups. All I'm saying is that there are certain conditions that would lead to coups, and we should be ready as a nation to look at those conditions that can bring about a coup d'etat. Of course, you can't know what anybody is thinking. People could be planning and so on and so forth. You wouldn't know. But the point is that even coup makers do not just get up and organize a coup. They look for certain indicators. They are concerned as to what people's reaction will be if they seize power, and so on and so forth. So we should be looking at those indicators. Now, if you look at the United States of America, a coup is not possible in America, in spite of the fact that the military is very powerful and so on. It's unthinkable. Why is this so? It's so because if you try to organize a coup in the U.S., you will simply commit suicide. Let me say so. So the laws are there, and the laws are supposed to work. And coup d'etats are illegalities. In fact, when a coup fails, the coup makers, will have a minimum sentence of death, and they are aware. But what are the factors that can trigger military coups? Not just in Ghana, all over the continent. And these are some of the reasons. Social exclusion, for example. Uneven development, or unequal treatment, repressive governance, coercive authoritarian rule. These are all indicators. So, and as soon as you begin to see them, let me tell you something. The CIA organized a study about global episodes of instability, and one thing they found was that in countries where gross domestic product or the per capita income is $500 and less, in certain countries the episodes of instability, that's coups, revolutionary wars, genocides, politicides, are very high. So there's that strong link, correspondence established by studies between economic performance and political instability. And these are the things that you have to look for, because you cannot simply depend on what the law says to ensure stability. You need to make sure that the basis for coups are eroded. And one way to do that is to ensure fairness, justice, and to ensure that people begin to live better. That's the only way you can maintain the legitimacy of the state. Now, if state legitimacy gets into a crisis, if you begin to experience crisis of legitimacy, then you should watch out, because anything at all is possible, whether it's a coup or whether it's a revolutionary war or whatever.
For the next leg of our journey, perhaps the next 65 years of our existence as a country.
Yeah, 65 years, the next 65 years, that's a long period.
So what can we look forward to in the immediate term? Say the next year, the next 5, the next 10?
Yeah, I think, let me give you a response the Nigerian writer Achebe gave when he was asked in the US by a journalist that, look, you wrote Things Fall Apart. That's a long time ago. When are things going to pull together? And then he said, yes, the situation of Africa, and in this case of Ghana, according to him, it's like someone who is blindfolded and set loose to go home. He can't simply go home. So he has to do one of two things. Either he removes what is blindfolding him so he can see clearly and go home, or if he's going to stay blind for the rest of the life, adapt. to the blindness. And we don't seem to be ready to remove that which is blindfolding us. Neither do we seem ready to adapt to what is happening.
What is blindfolding us, in your opinion?
You know, the development narratives, you know, in fashion, in vogue, you know, are ones that really do not help us. You know, we have, first of all, when Britain became the first country to industrialize, there were two responses from the rest of the world. There were those who tried to copy the industrial experience of Great Britain. There were those who also decided to remain agrarian in line with the so-called comparative advantage and to trade. And one lesson of development history is that countries that experienced or that copied the British industrial experience did better than countries that remained agrarian. Now, one of the things we need to do, and Nkrumah talked about it, Kofoa at some point did talk about it, seem to be talking about it too, is to industrialize. There's no other way. Because once you and you export these agricultural products and minerals and so on, and import in finished goods, then you always have a situation of unequal exchange, which in the long run transforms into debt. And so now we are caught in a huge debt crisis, from which it's almost impossible. You know, it's so crashing. It's impossible for you to go out. And if you are using about 75% of your GDP every year to pay debt, you are left with only 25% to pay roads, build roads, hospitals, pay salaries, and so on and so forth. So that is the problem. I think for now, for the next 5 years or so, we should try as much as possible to live within our means. One of the problems has been the fact that we've tended to overspend, you know, and government expenditure should come down. We try and live within our means, because we are always spending more than we are producing, and that is what is leading to the indebtedness of our country. And then I think government must find a way, and I'm sure if they look hard enough, they'll find a way to create jobs. If they believe in the private sector, as they do, fine. If they believe in public-private partnerships, but there are so many, you know, ways that could be done, and we need to be able to do this, because now a lot of people are not working, you see. And one of the problems, you see, that we are likely to face is that all these thousands and thousands of people, or millions of people on the street who have nothing to do, if some charismatic demagogue rises up today, you know, he can easily mobilize them into some extremist, you know, movement. So the first thing is to look carefully at government expenditure. The second thing is to reconsider the development paradigm in vogue, you know, the production of raw materials and export in return. And then, of course, there's the need, because if you're going to embark on some kind of industrialization, you need to protect your industries to begin with, and you need to embark on some policy of import substitution. These are policies that run counter to WTO's you know, arrangements. And so how do we industrialize and in the process protect our infant industries against those well-established industries in the West? These are the kind of things our government should be thinking about. And I'm sure if you think about them hard enough, as Malaysia and China and others have done, we'll be able to find a way. But we seem to have capitulated, surrendered, and then, you know, just being happy with taking loans. And then the next thing, you see...
Right. A quick one.
A quick one. Mm-hmm. The next thing is that we should take another look at the loans we are taking. We're taking so much loans, you see. The best thing to do is your own savings. And there was a case when one political economist argued that if you're able to save anything between 5 and 7% per annum for 15 years, Ghana will take off. But we are not producing enough, so we can save, you see. Now, if you cannot save, which is the best, then your next bet is to attract direct foreign investment. Because if there's a foreign investor here, you invest the money and something goes wrong, he has lost his money. The last thing you should do is to go for loans. Because you go for loans, something bad happens, we're in debt.
It sounds like there's enough, at least, thoughts to keep us busy for the next 65 years. And we appreciate you for sharing some of those with us. Dr. Kojo Opoku-Edu is a senior research fellow at the Institute of African Studies at the University of Ghana. Thank you so much, Doc, for joining us. He's been helping us understand our journey as a 65-year-old country and the prospects for the next 65. We'll be back with another conversation. This time we're focusing again on education right after the break.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what I'm gonna do. We go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashasa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatum.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me, beer.
Bema will worry me. Watch me, you come one with me. Oh. Now,
Ni woken kabake enini agwagbe ona ewene ko ya disco ko nekeni alo afi dance ko ye bukom square keke owobo oshimi kana baba nako odeles baby na yoka anyebu. Thanks for staying on. We are looking at secondary education, and there's a group that have conducted a study looking at the opportunities Africa has to offer in preparing its youth for the international market. And we all know the crucial role education plays in our system, and the fact that the higher education you receive, the better your chances at living an improved livelihood. So who is this group that I'm talking about? And it's the Africa Education Watch who partnered to make this possible. And one of their senior research fellows is here at the table, Jeffrey Okanse. He's a senior research fellow at the Africa Education Watch, and he's here to tell us all about the findings of that research. Jeffrey, good morning and welcome.
Good morning and thanks for having me. Actually, the research was undertaken by MasterCard Foundation.
MasterCard Foundation,
right.
And you've studied the research. So
yes.
Tell us what it was all about. What did it seek to establish, and what were some of the findings?
Well, MasterCard Foundation, will congratulate them for a very good work done. Their findings was on the topic of their research was to look at secondary education and then prepare the youth for the future of work. And when you look at typically what they have found out, they've clearly shown that Africa has a youthful population. They also present a case that out of about 98% of young people who enroll at the primary level, there's about 9% who are able to get to the tertiary level. That means in the middle, about 9%. I mean, so it tells you that majority of the young people that fall in the middle at the secondary level drop out. And this has actually been alarming because you are preparing them for the future of work. And most of these people, that young people you are talking about between the ages of 15 and 24 by the United Nations determination of who is a young person. And if these people are going to that level, this research tells you that you need to equip them with literacy and then also skills. So that is actually what will actually prepare them for the world of work. How do you connect curriculum to the demands of industry, which will connect directly into the world of work?
And what were the findings on why these numbers happen? Why do we have 98% people enrolling and only 9% graduating or entering tertiary institutions?
Multiple factors will come to play. I mean, we start with the government, who is actually in charge of the mastering of the process. So you need government commitment to stand in there. Parental commitment is also very important and critical. The young people themselves have to be committed to their studies as well. They also have to give their energy. There's also the problem or some of the economic challenges that comes as a result of this situations we have. It's also come to our notice also from the research that there's a dropout rate. Persons who are not able to continue because of economic reasons, or maybe some of the natural causes, like situations happen and then some of the girl children will be pregnant, and then that will cause a dropout from school. But when you study this research work critically, it tells you that when the child drops out, there should be a concerted effort to bring them back into mainstream. That's why when you have the TVET institutions that maybe might be informal, but still between the formal system and the informal system, so that when they drop out, there should be a way to work technicalities and then bring them back to the mainstream. So
you're saying that because a lot of people drop out at the secondary level, there should be an effort to equip them at that level so that even if they do drop out, they can earn a living for themselves in a comfortable way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, those who are technically equipped, like TVET training at that level, if they have the skill, the competent skills that they have acquired from the system, like from TVET education, they can easily even drop out into the world of work and work themselves and come back into mainstream. We've had people who have had some TVET education who can maybe actually go into the world of work after, let's say, a secondary education. When they have written their exam from that level, they can enter the tertiary stream, or even when they drop out, they can go back and come back again into the mainstream, no matter the results that took them out of the classroom. So as we speak also, because it is predicted that from the research, it was projected that by the year 2030, Africa having a very youthful population, will be standing in for the world when it comes to labor issues. So we need to prepare these young people to take advantage of that advantage that we have in the global space. And how do you do that? You need to train them and equip them with literacy and skills. It is clearly a challenge when you don't have skills and then you don't have the literacy that you are needing to fill in the world of work. So if you are able to solve this one, you are not only looking at Ghana perspective. Yesterday, if you quite listened to the Prime Minister of Barbados, she said we had supplied them with some nurses. And that's what we are talking about here. When you skill and train your young people and they are ready for the world of work, you can easily not only look at the gaps they feel in Ghana, but they take advantage of the opportunities in the global space.
So what are the key areas? I'll get to TVET in a little while. What are we looking for come 2030 when they turn to Africa for a youthful working population? What are some of the skills we should be getting now to prepare ourselves for that possibility, since the study is telling us it will happen?
They'll be looking for digital literacy and 21st century skills. And when you talk about digital literacy, you're talking about STEM, science education, that would actually give them that digital space literacy. And they would need ICT, they need, also when it comes to basic technical skills, they also come back to talk about it from the TVET angle. But like you rightly said, what would they be expecting? They expect people who will be problem solvers, analysts, people who can project things and then also put to the book things that can solve problems in the ICT space, coding. You've heard all of these ones, and then also it means that technology would be moving forward. It won't wait for us. So we need to train these young ones to move with the time. It talks about 21st century literacy and then skills. So you have to actually be updated. That means you have to affect your curriculum. You need a lot of teachers who actually can teach these courses. And that means that we need, from the research work, we have a gap to fill of about 10.8 million teachers by 2030.
10.8 million teachers.
Yes.
What are we doing now? What's our situation now with teachers who have the requisite knowledge to pass on this wealth of information to young people in secondary school?
Well, if you come to the Ghana specific case, there's a lot you can hear from the Ministry of Education that they are trying to take STEM very seriously. Now this is where you add your voice.
Government is starting STEM schools.
Exactly. So this is where you add your voice. That this research has been more like an add-on voice that tells you that really critically you need to put a lot of resources in this government commitment to put a lot of resources in training the teachers and also putting the ICT machines. And when you come to science training and the literacy you need to it's more practical. The students, you have the tools to learn. They should have opportunities to study even on their own. When you talk about virtual studies, students who have short videos and all these ones that could enlighten their space of learning. So the opportunities must be enormous to open the space both in the classroom and outside the classroom for the child to, blessed is the opportunity for children and young people around today to be having tablets and phones. How do we redirect their thinking into the classroom so that most of these opportunities that they have access to these machines will be to their advantage? This is for the urban, but what about the rural areas where they have limited opportunities? There should be critical efforts to touch every geographical space in this country so that no matter your geographical location, your religion or whatever, wherever you find yourself, you should have access to good teaching, infrastructure, classrooms, everything should be in place. And then the class sizes, we should have very good class sizes that teachers can manage. When you go to the secondary classrooms, the number of students, when you look at the people to teacher ratio, they are large sizes. But here we have to be having personal contacts with the students to be able to identify their problem and assist them. So class size is also important. Commitment of all these resources, very important. The teacher availability to teach these skills, also important. Commitment of parents to also support these young ones to go to the classroom and ensure that they facilitate and monitor their success, parents and guardians. I mean, for some of them, they are not leaving their parents, but then they live with other guardians. And it's a system. And there is the need to have corporate sponsorships. It's not only about government, but we need to have everybody inclusive and all-inclusive funding systems in place to ensure that these systems are working.
One of the harsh realities of the educational system is the fact that it's one way for everybody in most cases. So everyone has to study the same thing. So if we have a talented person like the young lady we'll be speaking to in the next segment of the show who is into lighting, there's no separate course that she can take in most cases that would equip her to hone those skills that perhaps come naturally to her. And it's the same for a lot of other sectors as well. People cannot go to strictly a music school like Juilliard to learn to be, or a culinary school just to learn cuisines of the world. So that is one of the realities. How do we begin to overcome these ones to appreciate the fact that people are differently abled, and so they may need not to go into mainstream education and study what everyone else is studying, but something has to be tailored for some people and tweaked to fit them.
Clearly, you research demand. You mean that in the world of work there will be demand for such skills, and it means you have to work on your curriculum. You need to work on your curriculum because when you look globally, there's always efforts by countries to review their curriculum. So it's important to make sure you tune into curriculum review and ensure that you are tapping directly into the world of work, the demands on the labor market. When you look at the title of this research, it looks at preparing the youth for the future of work. So the future of work is the demands from the labor market, the trends that are ongoing. So you have to connect your training, your academic training, that's the curriculum, to the labor market. And like we've rightly said, if it does not exist, that means there should be a curriculum twisting to ensure that there is a training in that course line. And that's why they also look at ensuring that this training connects to labor, and then also to ensure that it moves with the spread of time. That's why we say 21st century skills. So if you are training people in, let's say, archaeology, I'm not saying it's wrong, but are they using it in Ghana? How many of them do you need? You have to look at the labor market demands. And when you go through this whole robust research, it tells you about how to work on your curriculum, how to connect it to the labor market, and ensure that periodically there's a review and ensuring that these young people have skills such that even when they drop, they go out, they can start working. And when they start working and they can get equipped with employment, they get resources. They can even come back again and reconnect. That's why I also mentioned the need to create pathways between that formal sector and then the informal sector. So at any point in time, no matter the challenge that faces the child, when they drop out, they are able to reconnect after some time.
Recreate pathways back into the sector. Geoffrey Okanse, Senior Research Fellow with the Africa Education Watch, is telling us this morning. We are joined on the phone by Anita Eduboahene. She is a Senior Lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba, and she shares her perspectives. Good morning, Anita. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Madam. Good morning to your viewers.
Pleasure to have you join us. Can you share perhaps a female perspective with us where this study from MasterCard Foundation is concerned? What are the peculiar challenges that girl children or female children face in the study?
Okay, thank you very much. I think from the female perspective, the issue has to do with access, equitable access to education in Africa and Ghana. And the report has that a lot of females are now enrolling into education, but we need to add more to get in order to have be profitable after going through such form of education. And so we are talking about empowering women. And I think Geoffrey made mention of the research and skills and all those, and these are some of the things that ladies are advocating for. They know that after secondary school, even if we are not able to make it to the next level, they have some skills that they can use for the betterment of their country and also to improve our economy. And so when they get those skills that they need, then they can help in improving the economy. One other thing that they also asked for was that apart from the formal secondary education that we have, they should incorporate a form of TVET into the secondary education system, so that if, for instance, as Geoffrey mentioned, you learn archaeology or whatsoever, or let's say geography, you have a basic knowledge. When you leave also, you have some vocational skills in addition to whatever you may have learned in the secondary school, so that it will not be like if you want to do general arts, you have to go to secondary school. If you want to do vocational, you go to a certain kind of vocational school. Rather, there should be a little measure between secondary and TVET education, so that they will acquire some skills in addition, which will help them in the world of work. And so these were some of the issues that they came up with. Additionally, they asked for fundamental literacy skills. I think Geoffrey mentioned that one earlier on, that the ability to read and write and the ability to count and all those things. were some of the things that the youth required from us as leaders in Africa to help them that when they exit from the senior high school, they are not just going to be dropouts, but they are going to contribute to their quota to economic transformation in Africa and Ghana.
Anita, Geoffrey raised the issue about teenage pregnancy and how it affects continuing students in furthering their education for the girl child. And I just want to ask, haven't we made gains where now people who have had to go and have babies along the way are being brought back into the classrooms to study? And how can we build on some of those gains that we've made?
Okay, so I think this issue, we try to find some remedies on bringing the girl back to school. But when COVID came, it also brought that issue back again. And then I think DES started with the Back to School campaign and others. But the youth at this point, from the Mastercard Foundation and reports, are calling for support. Support in the sense of parental support, the family assisting them in taking care of their kids so that they can go back to school. On the part of government, they are also requesting for a blended mode of learning. Blended in the sense that if they are not able to get the support, somebody to take care of their kids for them, at least they can learn online and later go back to the classroom and sit with their colleagues. Another thing that the youth are requesting for from the report is that when they go back to school also, they want their teachers to welcome them. You know, usually when you involve yourself in teenage pregnancy and all those things and you go back to school, they treat you as a wayward child. And so they don't feel going back to school. But they are talking about acceptance from the part of the school community so that they don't neglect them or they don't isolate them from the students over there, but they embrace them back into the field and then guide them. They try to mentor them. So they want models from the teachers, role models who can assist them to what they have started initially before this teenage pregnancy issue came up.
Thank you, Anita. I think this is all that time would permit us to have with you. Perhaps we'll pick your thoughts another time on other ways we could empower the girl child in the 21st century world of work. We appreciate your time. Senior lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba, Anita Oforiwa Edubuahini, joining us with her thoughts there. I'll wrap up with you, Geoffrey. What should we do immediately to make sure that we are on course to preparing our youth at secondary level for the 21st century job market internationally?
We need the political will of government. I mean, they are the drivers of the process. So we need them to commit a lot of resources. Like you and I identify some of the gaps that we need to fill. We need to provide more teachers. We need to provide structures for this teaching. We need to provide teaching and learning materials. All these things are inputs that government must show commitment. We need to integrate labor market needs, connect the labor market needs to exactly what we are teaching in the classroom, and then also possibly tap into our raw material needs that are available in the country. So you connect curriculum to the labor market needs. Labor market should have industries that are tapping into your raw materials. Then it will be a complete system. You have young people who take advantage of the employable market space, and then, like I said, not only locally, internationally they can also be exported, and then they can take advantage of work in the whole part of the world. And this is not limited to Ghana, but then to the whole of Africa. Mastercard Foundation has seen that the young people that we have by 2030, this research tells you that the world will need that workforce. And we have to take advantage, provide these young people with the literacy and the skills they need to connect. We need to also create pathways between the academic, the formal one, and then the informal one, to ensure that those young people who are out of school, young people, fall off and get out of the school system as we move forward in Africa. So if you divided it by the 52 countries in Africa, we have our fair share that falls out, which is significant, a number for you to continue. As an education advocate, even if 10 children are out of school, it's a problem for me. And I think education is a right, but not a privilege. We need to ensure that formal or informal, train them, equip them with the 21st century literacy skills, so that at the end of the day, you have young people who can work, contribute to the growth of this country. While I wish all of us a happy anniversary, 65th anniversary, we should be boasting of, you remember when you watch some of the old videos, you see young people who were working, and the music at the time was work and happiness. We will do our best. So I believe that when we equip these young people with the skills and they are in the world of work, they will be able to play that song again and dance to it, that work and we can do our best. So many thanks to Mastercard Foundation. Many thanks to all of you. I mean, the media, you're doing a lot of education discussions. I had some of the early discussions that pointed to how the tool of education can help us to get to the next level of national development. I think it's very important. When you have skilled these people and they are in the world of work, it will increase your tax base. And so you can tax all these people, and then that will be revenue enough for the country and grow. So this research is a lifeline to our development.
Thank you, Geoffrey, for sharing your perspectives with us
Thanks for having me.
morning. Geoffrey Okanse is a senior research fellow at the Africa Education Watch, and he's been talking to us about a study by Mastercard Foundation on secondary education and how the world will look to Africa by the year 2030 for its youthful population who will engage in the world of work, and the need for Ghana to prepare its youth to take advantage of those opportunities when they do arrive. Grateful to all members, Anita Forewa Idubwa, a senior lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba as well, and Geoffrey, thank you. Our felicitations
but you didn't take my
to
Ghana
Africa.
side. you know, I heard you speak a lot of Ghana. Oh, if you are Ghana, didn't you?
Oh,
I can say when you have few nelebe, or waka ke try new money abla ofe.
Here. That's the end of it, and we'll be back to engage the thoughts of a very, very curious mind who is into lighting. We call her Lightness after the break.
Live from GBC Studio One, this is the Breakfast Show. From the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. Shoulder to cry, run on my pampe, so we try our suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do, we go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Well, a jar or bar anyone conquer dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria enka won to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashesa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatus.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me, beer.
Emma will worry me. What she me you come one with Mr. WBT. Oh, now who
yes. Buga, now then, senior, name me a new man. Cut down, my business is a collapse. I'm out of banks.
So we take quick credit in Ghana.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Busumi Juma. Who is Sikadia Bibin Tempe so. Quick credit, Bema loan, and what you are in Kakra. Now, and let just some Cassian say. A collateral free loaner, Susu, savings, account opening, and a depositor same BL. They hear and say, "Who Ghana card 2022 year 1 year Juma now one hour young. Who need excuse here? For quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Besina quick credit.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah. Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
only bad man doggy. Give me marijuana in my doggy. Come in like this now walking.
So the London people with Alan and Thelma were all just jumping up and down. And the music was great, but there was light going all over the place. And the person responsible for all that light has light in her name. And when we come back from the break, we shall be talking to Africa's youngest female light programmer right here on GTV Breakfast. The break is brought to you by Quick Credit. Lending makes simple. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tell me what? Tell me. Yeah. They ma worry me. What you?
Welcome to the throwback old school, old timers edition of GTV Breakfast, 7th of March 2022. Today we're doing new school things. My guest is a light program. I never knew there were light programmers. I know of music programmers and computer programmers, but hey, we have light programmers. Her name is Light Nurse. The light is Lyte. You can find her on Instagram. She is doing great things. Light Nurse, good morning to you. Happy Independence Day.
Good morning to you too.
Thank you very much. You look wonderful in your red, gold, green.
Thank you.
Listen, so you were doing all that light display. Who taught you all that stuff? You don't learn at JHS, do you? Do they teach light programming in JHS?
No, please. So it's not even part of the academic syllabus. I learned it from my dad. He taught me.
Light programmer.
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you want to do it yourself, or he said, you know what, you're going to learn this thing?
No. When I was a kid, he used to go to work and comes home late, around 2 a.m., 3. And me too, I wanted to know what exactly he was doing. So I would always wait for him until he gets home before I go to sleep. So one afternoon, I saw him repairing LED lights. And I was like, hey, I wish I could do that. So I went to sit by him, and then I was looking. That time I was 6 years old. Okay. So I was looking, and when he was done, he said he was going to work. So I said I wanted to follow him. So I went with him and I saw him controlling lights, and I was like, wow, I wish I could do this thing. And he said I shouldn't work, I would do that. And I said, okay. So at the age of 12, he called me. He went to work after he came back home, and he was like, he said he wanted to learn this, and I said, yes, I want to do that. I want to do it, not I want to learn it. And he said I should come, so he teaches me. So I went to sit by him. He taught me the mixer, my patches, and how to save, and how to, like, the designs in the work, like what to do to attract people. So he taught me all of those things, and I used only 2 days to learn my mixer at the time. So since then I started controlling, going to work with him, and then they gave me the title as the first female to control stage lighting.
Okay. Where does the nurse come from? Are you in a hospital?
That is very good at his work, and anybody who is good in he or her work, he or her is termed to be like a nurse or a doctor.
A doctor, like, so like being.
Yeah, or being wo maybe onani.
Okay.
Or ni legit doctor or enepo nurse po mami ni fita gbe. I hope you understand.
Yes,
that.
And so he added the light to the nurse. So you are like the light nurse, and you cure the people of all their sadness. What are the most important things? Do you have to know a lot of music? Do you have to love music to do lights? Because I realize that you do everything with music.
Please. Because when you do it just like that, nobody understands it. Yeah, all they know is they are just looking at the light moving, but they don't know like who is doing it. But when the music is attached to their like work, they feel like pam. You see the lights going up or down. Okay. So that also brings a lot of attraction. Like people, it brings your mind to it that there's something going on.
Okay. So you program the lights to work with the beats.
Yes, please.
Interesting. So, and you said it took you only 2 days.
Yes, please.
What's the biggest show you've been to so far? Working your magic with the lights.
It's the Polo Beach.
Okay.
The Polo Beach at La Palm Royal Beach Hotel, and it was December, and they were doing it as a festival. So I was called to go and do the lights for them.
Okay. And how many lights? What's the maximum number of lights that you can control at one time?
At one time?
Yes.
A lot. I can control about 100 moving heads, 50 LED lights.
100 moving heads?
Yes, please.
And 50 LED lights?
Yes.
Wow. And then so you do outdoor events, you do parties,
yes,
you
please.
do weddings,
shows, birthday parties, like any show that or any event that contributes with light.
And then, so how do you prepare for an event? If they say, oh, Lightness, we need you on Saturday to go and do a wedding, there'll be 300 people there, and it's at a big hotel in Accra. How do you prepare?
So, first of all, we'll talk to the organizer about the light he or she needs. Then we package everything, and then you give us the destination to check the space and what we need to make the place attractive and nice. So yeah, I think that's all.
Okay, all right. I know you have a foundation to talk about that, but so what's happening now on the street? We see some stuff going on. Somebody, what are you making?
I was making a solar lamp.
A solar lamp?
But I couldn't get a solar, so I just made an electric lamp.
Okay. Because you're a light person. Okay. So what are you using the light for? Is it for doomsaw or what? Why are you making the lamp?
This light is purposely for kids in the village who don't have electricity, and like at night they use the we call it the bobo.
Yes,
yeah,
the
they
lantern.
use that one with the candles and stuff. So that's why I wanted to make the solar one. So in the afternoon you can charge it.
Okay.
Then in the evening you use it for learning and cooking and those
stuff. All right. And you've made this?
Yes.
How many have you made so far?
I just started, so I've made 20.
You've made 20?
Yes, please.
Okay. And so you go and donate them to people?
Yes, please.
Have you started the donations yet, or you are still?
To officers.
Okay. Okay. Good stuff. And this is the Lightness Foundation.
Yes, please.
Wow. You are in your teens and you have a foundation already. Wow. What can you tell young people? And you're going to teach me how to do something basic. So get ready for that. You'll be my teacher. What can you tell young people about talents and how to develop themselves, using yourself as an example?
Yes. As in my advice to the youth, so my advice to the youth is that they should always be in depth of knowledge. Always speak about positive things and important things. And secondly, you should be delay of gratification.
Yeah, so
you shouldn't enjoy everything you have at that moment.
You should relax.
Yeah, you should relax, plan for what to give you more of it.
All right.
So you shouldn't enjoy, and also turn your sugar to sugar. That's my slogan.
All right. Turn your sugar to sugar. All right. These young people, they will kill you. Before you teach me what to do on your board, say, have you done a funeral before?
No, please.
Okay. How about, so lights for a birthday party. What are the decisions? I mean, if you have to do a birthday party and you have to do maybe an office party, how will you know what lights to use?
I'm a light person, so if you don't know the light you want for your party, I'll tell you this or this will help. So some like the LED lights, the moving head, the LED strip lights, the LED furniture. The
you know a lot of lights.
Yeah, a lot.
The moving head is the one which moves like a lizard. Okay, and then the LED is what?
It's a wash light, like to wash a given space, a specific area.
To wash it?
Yeah,
right.
to give a colorful brightness.
All right, okay, give me more lights. I'm interested.
The gobo stencil light.
Gobo? Okay.
Gives flowers and things.
Okay.
And the LED furniture.
Okay.
A lot too.
Your father taught you all these things?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I also learned.
And so, where do you learn? Where do you go to? Do you use social media, YouTube? I
use social media to learn more. And then books.
And books as well?
Yes, please.
Nice. What are you studying in school, though? I mean, what do you want to be in future?
I want to be happy in everything I do.
What a wise response. That's a nice and broad one.
You can work and be sad. You can't work and then be emotional. So you have to be happy. Even if you are selling slippers, you have to be happy.
That's one of the wisest responses I've heard about what you want to do from a teenager. You're going to teach me something to do right now on your board. But what's your message to the young people out there? And to parents also, because parents sometimes want to force their children to do certain things.
To the parents, advice to them is that you shouldn't force your child to go your way. You should take your time, study what he or she likes to do more. Then you take the child to a school of that particular thing to learn. And then my advice to the kids is that, as I said, delay gratification.
Okay.
You should wait, plan for your future, and then turn your shit to sugar. You should give to those who need like something small.
All right.
You know, you have them, you don't need them.
Okay.
So you just give it out to
All right.
people.
Good advice, wise advice from, and on Instagram she's Her Royal Light Nurse. Light, L-Y-T-E, and Nurse, N-U-R-S. Lightness. Please go and show me something. Yes, so we're going to wrap up the show with her showing me. And let's go. So while she's going, I want to say happy birthday to Ridwan Karim Dini Osman, aka Kose Sellers' son. It's from Thelma. And thank you so much. So what are you going to show me now? What are you going to show me?
I'm going to show you how to patch a moving headlight.
Moving headlight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And surely you're going to forget about it, but don't worry.
Surely I'm going to forget.
Yeah.
Are you prophetess? Okay.
So these are my saved ones.
Okay.
So right now I'm going to wipe everything.
Okay. Show me what to press to. You can't just press it. What should I press?
So you go to the setup.
Setup. I press it.
Yeah.
What else?
Then you click on
I click on English.
Wipe.
Wipe.
Yeah.
Where, here?
On the bottom, yeah, B.
All right.
And then wipe all.
Wipe all.
C.
Okay.
And then you enter.
I enter.
For yes.
So what is it going to do? I want to see some heads move. I want to move those heads.
You want to move those
heads?
Yeah. So you patch.
Patch.
Yeah. You patch, which is your light.
Like this A?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Then you select your light.
Let me touch it like. Okay, now.
Then you click the first one.
Uh-huh.
And then you enter your address.
Where is the address?
You wind.
Okay.
This one.
All right. Now, are my heads moving?
No. You have to enter your address.
Okay, put the address inside for me.
65.
Okay.
Then you enter the number of movements.
What number? What number?
1, 2, 3,
4,
5,
5, 6.
Then you clear and exit.
Clear this?
Yeah.
This?
3 times this.
1,
2, 3. Yeah.
Are my heads moving?
No. Then
I press 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then 5.
And 5.
4.
And 4.
3.
And 3.
2.
And 2.
1.
And 1.
And then you locate your lights.
Locate my lights.
And then.
Hey, that thing is plenty. Continue.
And then you on.
My lights.
Your bulb.
Okay, the bulbs are on.
Yeah.
Move now.
It's a process.
It's a process. I have to take my time.
What color do you want?
Red. I'm an away boy. Away boys like red. Yes.
So this is red.
Okay. All right.
And then.
Charlie, the thing is complex. It's like flying a plane. Wow, so the lights are moving now.
Yes.
Okay. Can I move it?
Yeah.
Where? This?
Yeah.
Why is it not moving?
It's moving.
Okay, I'm moving the lights, people. Woo! Nice. Charlie, be me this. Call me Light Doctor. She's a light nurse. I'm the Light Doctor. Light Doc. This is it. Yeah, this is hashtag GTV breakfast.
Let me give you a bright light.
I've got my girls to start dancing. Matiti and Thelma. Yeah. Okay, we're going. All right, come on. Yeah. Woo! Nice.
Woo!
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the lesson. Nice. You were right. There's no way I would have remembered all of these things. Nope. The moves are plenty. It's almost like flying a plane. But I'm so proud of you. You're talented. Keep doing it, and in the end, be happy, as you said.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so do it for us as we end the show. Make us happy. All right.
Hey.
Listen to the bad man talking. Leave my rock, I'm a talking.